Aloha. Sorry, I was talking in members chat, but also for some reason my main VTuber model wouldn't load today. Yeah, so I was like, fuck it. Instead of like trying to fix it, I'm like, we're just gonna use the Fumo star that Beko did. Beko made that one. Hi everybody. Wait, some of you haven't seen this model? I guess I didn't use it a lot. Yeah. It's got a few toggles too. She put a lot of work in this. You've never... Yeah, I haven't used it enough. Well, TBH, I don't stream enough. Who's this sassy creature? This sassy gremlin? Yeah. Also, if anybody knows how to use Tangia, we have it working now. Irma Smogfish, yeah. Like, I can kind of wiggle my eyebrows. I love the eye blinking. Oh yeah, it does like this. I can't see anything when I do this though. Early stream today. I'm gonna try to stream a little bit earlier. That way my highlights can be cut and uploaded the same day. Who is the VTuber drama about? Well, you're about to find out. I know, it does look like this model's made out of jelly. Yeah, this is AU friendly. Who here is from AU? Like, where are you guys from? Kirby's on the wrong side, yeah. Me, I'm in Norway. Australia. Wow, you're from Australia? You're on the opposite side of the world. France, Canada. Oh, hey, fellow Canadian. Let's try FBI. Yeah, I'm a glowy. Oh my god, Sketsia, that's so cool. You're from Brazil? Thanks for watching me from all over the world. That's crazy. You're from Scotland? No shot. You're in the UK, so it's just after 5 p.m. there. Whoa, it's already afternoon for you guys? Holy shit. Should I just start streaming earlier? Argentina. Okay, there are some American, but not that many. Or, if they are, they're watching me at their work so they can't type. Usually you stream at night for EU bros. Sometimes people like putting up streams at night. No, it's not about Niji Sanji. Well, I do love Europeans. I think they have like a very chill mindset. I'm eating lunch so I can't type. Oh, nice. Have a good break. At work. There was like this comment on my last video, my last VOD that I really liked. This guy was like, man, I usually watch the VODs during at work, but you reacted to Meet the Team and I love TF2. That's one VOD that I actually wish I caught live so I could type in it. I was like, aw, that's sweet. Merkip, thank you for the gifted subs. I saw you also sent one in the waiting room. Thank you, Merkip. You're the best. Ilara reacts. Hi. What's up, Ilara? God, I'm at the mall restroom. I cannot type. Shut up. I've done this though. I literally recorded one of my... Okay, so I've been leaving Easter eggs in the YouTube comments. Not a lot. I've only done 3 so far, but I've been recording some voice notes. The thing is, you can only listen to them from mobile. On PC, it shows up as a transcript. It's kind of scuffed. One of them I actually recorded while I was on the toilet. I listened to it before shipping it, though. It's safe. It was safe. YouTube Borg, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hi, Ayurima. Yeah, so you guys gotta go and find the Easter eggs. It was not echoey. No, it's before. You guys don't do that. Sometimes you're just like, you went to the bathroom to pee, you pull up your phone, but like you get caught on doom scrolling for so long. Like you've been done for a while, but you're just still on the toilet for some reason. This is what happened. This was one of those moments. You guys can relate, right? I wasn't pooping. No, it wasn't one of yours, Hiena, yet. You only saw the audio transcripts? That's because you're on PC. Transcription, thank you for the comment, Flush! No, it wasn't toilet ASMR. You guys are making it sound worse than it. I do it. I just like when it's time to flush, I like put the screen down or I put it in my pockets. So the particles or the bacteria don't go in the air on the screen. That's the hack I thought about. I don't bring my phone to the bathroom. I do my business in silence. What the fuck? Not even a magazine? Nothing? That's like that's a no, that's gotta be a loss in time efficiency. Somewhere there it is. You're not min-maxing. We need to concentrate on the battle. We have no time for phone on toilet. Thanks for the 15 bits. I'm reminded of the shower Discord call. Okay, Toaster. Yeah, not even a store catalog? Like, not even J.Crew? The Bay? Wait, I think the Bay is closed now. I don't think it exists anymore. Juggy, welcome to the cute squad. Only there for a minute or two. Why phone? Gemini, summarize the conversation for them. I hope this is. I think you become Rainbow in Discord. Yeah. Another thing is, well, I guess we're gonna make an announcement at some point, but we're thinking about paywalling the Agora. Because a lot of people have been... a lot of people are getting too addicted to this channel. And we kind of want to curb it a little bit. Yeah. Wait, where are the YouTube AI chat summaries? No, they were there on my phone. I watched your documentaries on Neurosama and The Curious Case of Filian, and I loved them. I'm gonna have to see what the streamers you've covered. Do you have more docs planned in the future? Hey, Ambies boys, I'm really glad you like them. Did you watch the Gigi? The Gigi one, I think, is one of my best one. When I started, I did a few. There's also the videos that are the controversial rise of. These are sort of documentaries. They're just a little bit clickbaity, but they're not hate videos, actually. They're just there debunking the hate these VTubers have. So these could be videos you like too. I am planning some. I was thinking, actually, after what happened yesterday, I was like, a video on the Risa could go really hard. But these videos do take a lot more time than the trauma videos. I don't know why. I think it's because they need to be like really intricate and you need to watch a lot of content for it. Meanwhile, the other stuff, you can mostly read stuff. Yeah, I am tariffing the Agora. I mean, it's more work for the mods. They've been begging me to get rid of it. And it also feels that... It also feels because people are talking a lot more in there, the other channels are not as active. What's the Agora? It's like an 18+ channel in the Discord that's for debating. But crazy Agora rise up? No, like... You guys just loop in there every single day. You have the same exact discussion. Aren't you guys sick of it? And then sometimes when somebody gets like too bodied in a debate because they're not used to it as much as others or they're not as fluent, then they get upset and then they leave the server. So like, what the fuck? Skill issue? Yeah, toughen up. It's not 18+ per se, but it's just like, there's just more layers to get into it. It's called a filter. Yeah, the 18+ is just an extra filter. Yeah, the Agora needs a reset if not outright removal. Yeah, there's two camps. There's people that hate it, and there's people that love it, and they spend their entire days there. And like, some people love it, okay, but then they leave. And then once they're gone, they're like, oh my god, I'm so glad I stopped going in there. This changed my life. I'm a free man. It's like somebody that's just broke an addiction. They're like, I left the Agora and I'm never looking back. When did you get a Shibi model? I actually have 2 Shibi models. This is the Fumo. Bro, we wanted to install a 1-minute timer and then that idea got rejected because people would camp the respawn timer. Yeah, the Agora is usually politics and cultural war stuff go in there because like nobody, like people, you know, the VTuber community is almost like is like divided in two now. There's the people that just want to go there for escapism, good vibes, you know, idle stuff, which is what I like the most. And then there's the other side now that's growing, this side of, you know, culture war stuff and political stuff. And because of what's happening in the United States, of course, there's a lot more interest in that. So we're like, okay, we don't want to like subjugate not everybody wants to see that, so we're gatekeeping them into a channel, like we're segregating them into a channel. That way, people that just want the good stuff, the positive stuff, the idle stuff, they don't get to see that. But now there's too many people just hanging out in there in their little corner. Thank you, Ray Korea. I hope I say something crazy this stream so we can test out that clip voice feature on Tangia. Are you the VTuber that does news? I mean, I do commentary, I don't do news. I comment on things. Yeah, so rest in peace, Agora. You guys are getting paywalled, gamified. Pocopia consume me? Dude, I feel so bad for Kitsunero. She was asking me if I had a Switch too, because she wants to have a friend to play Pocopia with. But I don't have the Switch 2. That's why I need to paywall the Agora, so I can afford the Switch 2. I also put it on my throne. Somebody's generous. Agora is a battle royale free for all of your HPs, your mental sanity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need some super chats to afford the Switch too. Agora being paywall is honestly such a play. We need to find a way to gamify it. You know how everything gets gamified now. I got into VTubing to get away from political stuff. I was greatly depressed due to political crap. VTubers changed my mood big time. First found Neanners, then Mouse Sleep. Oh, I don't know Mouse Sleep. Then Philian. Finding Philian really changed the thing because it led me to other VTubers. Did you find her during the pandemic? She got really big back then. Alcoric, you're one to talk. You're in there every day, dude. Can't rally the Agora troops because they're too busy arguing in the Agora. True, and that's the other thing, is you guys are too busy arguing in there. You don't show up to the stream. So you know what? If you don't show up to the stream, I might as well, like, siphon you guys. Fuwawa has an important announcement tonight. I'm really scared. Not a graduation, thank gosh. I hope it's a hiatus, not the Amir. Shut up, for real? Wait, how did we not talk about this in the Discord? Did anybody talk about this? No way. I can't find the Agora in the Discord. Yeah, because we hit it. We're putting as many obstacles between you guys and the Agora before you fall into this rabbit hole. No, I have a new dude. We had a new idea in the members voice chat the other day. We were thinking we get like 2 fighters from the Agora once a week. We put them on the Discord stage. We make an event and we make them debate, and the rest of us like just like watch them. And I'll be the MC. Wouldn't that be funny? It'd be like a bloodbath. No, there's no way Fuamoko's going on a hiatus. There's no way, right? Like, they love working. They love streaming. She has a video tonight. Scared. Polly market that shit? What does that mean? No, it might be a Ian concert or something. Fuamoko want to reveal that Mofufu is real? Oh, that's a great idea. We could bet on the outcomes. It'd be like a horse race. Yeah. Dude, I love this new chat. I fucking love this. The loser gets banished to the cursed food channel? AKA Remus, stop. Dude, some of you are so funny. There's this one person that keeps posting... Oh, no, that's not in cursed food. It's in food porn. There's this one person that keeps posting in the food porn channel their hot dog and rice meals. And like, it's so cute. Agora's strongest lib versus Agora's strongest conservative. Compete to see who can be more successful political VTuber. True. That's a base concept. That'd be sick. Hello, I've seen your newer video. It was fantastic. Oh my god, thank you so much. Yeah, but we need more. We need more political views in there, different ones. What are the other political parties? We need some commies. We need some anarchists in there. What else? What else is there? And Green Party, environmentalists, Zulu, I don't know, theologists. That's not a political party, I don't think it is. Some furries. Yeah, we need some furries. Let's go. Zoologist? I don't know what a zoologist is. I just decided to say it. It sounds scientific. Okay, Rima, for the sound clip, repeat the Lewis Black quote. If it wasn't for my horse, I wouldn't have spent a year in college. Why did Lewis Black say that, though? Yeah, libertarians, fascists, theocrats. Okay, maybe not fascists, though. No, we can't. No, we still have Discord rules. We can't say stuff like that. Thank you. Here's my contribution to the Switch 2 fund. Auntie Rima, thank you! Furries versus bronies would be epic. Oh my god, banger idea, actually. I'm glad you like the chibi. Do you have any other way to submit fan art? You can just... What about just posting it on Twitter? You can post it on Twitter. You can also... Well, you can... Wait, you can't join my server because you're in too many servers at the moment? Bro, leave some other servers! What the fuck? Mine's the most important. Hello? I'm glad you like it, friendly neighborhood artist. Yeah, Cloppers Rima versus Cloppers Bronies. Mm-hmm. Okay. Some of you really want me to play Resident Evil 2. And... Well, it's not gonna happen this stream. I'm just saying, do you guys need me to announce that in advance? That's my question. And also, if we do a watch along, I know you guys voted. Okay, you guys voted for JoJo 5, but we're gonna watch along JoJo season 6. Right, it's season 6. Do you guys also need to be notified in advance for that? Like, you need... No, Dispatch, we'll play Dispatch. We'll just play it after. Because I feel like this is the kind of stuff that if you miss the first VOD...
Hello to the most beautiful, wonderful squirrel VTuber.
What?
I enjoyed your collab with the zebra squirrel in the sweater. Your personality is amazing, just like your content. Keep up the quality work. Hug.
Oh, hug! Wait, who's this? Is that me? I'm the squirrel? Thank you, KD! What the hell? Was that loud enough, or do we need them to be louder? Yeah, I'm a new animal every single time, you assholes. It's part 5? A bit louder, okay. I know, most wholesome use of Tangy I've ever seen. Okay, louder, louder, I got it. So... Okay, so I'll... Oh, fuck, that means I gotta start making schedules. Okay. Bye-bye, Hyena. Okay, I made it louder. Yeah, another animal attributed to Rima, you're not wrong. Free Google, play monitor horse. Oh. Free Google play money horse, thank you. Okay, stop attributing new animals to me, you assholes. What the fuck? Yeah, this is because Aquaric tried to send a super chat in between 2 Agora messages. Wish him well. It does, I know, this model looks at them matches Rima so well. Oh yeah, well it matches the short I just put out today. Where the title is like, Rima is minus 100 IQ. I'm not a mule. Okay, I just discovered what a mule was. Apparently it's like a horse and a donkey that like, they like smashed, okay? And it's like their progeny, but they can't reproduce, which is crazy. I didn't know that. I learned something new. Let me pull up some stuff. Get ready. Oh, I can't find it now. Oh yeah, there it is. A mule reproduced once? Wait, really? Does that mean someone called you perpetually single? Oh my god. Damn, I wonder how old you are if you didn't know about that. I'm 3 years old. Yeah, true. No scarce pregnancy for me. I look very beautiful today. Thank you. Oh, it's always from a male horse and a female donkey? For real? I didn't know that. Will you be doing Resident Evil 3 because you're doing... Wait, why are you guys asking me to play Resident Evil 2 then? Is it because that's where the Leon story starts? So the VTubers right now are playing to Resident Evil 3? Oh, okay, because you guys want me to know the Leon lore. Yeah, so I guess we'll have to do 2 then 3. Young Leon. Young Leon. Yes, so that's where Leon's story starts. You need Resident Evil 2, 4, and 9. Dude, how many Resident Evils do they have, bro? The fuck? They've been farming this. Oh god. Not. Okay, I gotta get to 3 games to get to that cutscene where somebody slaps Leon's butt that I keep seeing on Twitter? That's crazy. They're really gonna make me work for that. I was so invested on the horse Rima narrated I failed to identify her. She's a mule. I'm so sorry. So many spin-offs and we complain about movies, spin-offs, and sequels? Are they at least like all well received? No, because I complain about like graphics all the time, so they told me I get to play the remake. Oh, and they've all been well received aside from 3. Somebody else said 6 is the worst one. Resident Evil 5 you should play with viewers and a different viewer every chapter. Let's go! Hand holding in game, I'm down. The Resident Evil live action movies are garbage. I like the first one with Mila Jovovich. Five is actually 2-player? Based. Finally we get to put the Patreon to good use. Oh, it's opinion based. Okay. Five and 6 have co-ops. Movies are pretty nice, but they're far from canon. Okay. I mean, I guess it's like, Tomb Raider and stuff. Although Angelina Jolie actually looks like Tomb Raider. Downloading Subnautica. Am I enough of a... I know some... Yeah, I know some of you suggested Subnautica. But I think chat wants me to play those adventure games. They want me to be cultured. We started a little bit of my cultured education 2 days ago when you guys showed me the Meet the Team from Team Fortress. So we're going in that direction. Convert this League of Legends gamer into an actual gamer, yeah. What Leon does in Resident Evil 6 isn't impactful for Resident Evil 9, so we can skip that one, but 2 and 4 are more important, alright. Warhammer 40k, we have started, actually. We watched a Bricky intro video. I reacted to a 2-hour-long one the other day. And I'm planning a collab with a 40k Warhammer VTuber as well. Well, I'm wondering if the way we should set the collab is either she makes me like a presentation on Warhammer, or do we play some tabletop like Warhammer game and I ask her a question? I'm not too sure yet. The only thing I remember from the 2-hour react that I did was the Mechanicums. Not gonna lie, that's the only thing I remember. What's VTTS? Okay, well, I guess that answers your question. I don't know what this is. I still need to watch part 2. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that. Fettuccine! The mechanic, what? That's what I said, dude. What does it mean? 40k Darktide or Space Marine 2 would be fun, where she can explain the lore. The what? You heard me. I'm not repeating it. Angry Marines is the most popular Warhammer 40k fan chapter. I don't know if you guys are suggesting me games or part of the Warhammer lore you want me to dive into. We might play Mass Effect. That one's been... People have been asking me for Mass Effect a lot. And... Wait, what did we say? Shit, I forgot. I think you guys want me to react to the cutscenes from Mass Effect. But it was a 4-hour video. Yeah, you guys want me to react to the cutscenes? Oh no, that's Metal Gear Solid. Well, they both have M's in their name. I can't tell them apart. Yeah, I know it's worth it, but I need to like stream like for a long time. I need to develop my streamer stamina. Controller! Holy 2 years, that's right, thank you, Controller. We're done with that Civ 6 game, by the way. Defaulty 1, okay? Defaulty fucking 1. Defaulty's like gonna have nukes ready soon. This Civilization 6 game is Drover. Yippee, yeah. He's also was responsible for 90% of the world's like pollution. So fuck him. I lost my coastlines because of him. His like technology was like light years ahead of everybody else. I love coal. I was still fighting off some barbarians, dude. With some archers. He's out there researching nukes. The fuck? No, I was like 2 turns from sending the fattest nukes at Shuri. Dude, shut fuck off! I thought you were sending it to the faulty! You said you were sending it to the faulty! Yeah, we needed Tesla when the world wasn't ready for him. Is there a VOD from that game? No, we played it in Discord. If you guys have any kind of like paid subscription, whether it is like Patreon or YouTube or Twitch sub, you get access to that voice channel. But anyway, the VOD would have it would have been like such a long VOD. It took them like 5 minutes to do a turn at round 5. Like, all you gotta do is move your scout. I don't understand why it took you guys so long to play your fucking turn. I was crashing out. I was crashing out at how slow the turns were. I like almost booted up a game of TFT. I could finish a game of TFT in between one turn. Rima was in the Stone Age. Dude, it's not my fault the barbarians were attacking me left and right. And they have technology that's way higher than yours. You get cocked. The Minion 6. I know they're having a Steam sale right now. Wait, is Resident Evil on Steam? Should probably take that. No, I haven't been playing League. I'm over that game. It's on Steam? Oh, I should check it out. I might get it on sale. Okay, what should we start talking about? I think, oh, I think good talk. I'm having fun. Should we? Alright, so, okay, let me change scene. Wait, you guys said you preferred the other like the non-overlay. We can do the non-overlay. Jesus, my head is taking the entire screen. How do I do this? Is this just a head stream? It's kind of hiding a big chunk of it. What do I do? Conehead Rima. Yeah, so FaceCon tickets have been announced. I can't see! Her hat is in the way! Okay. So, Face Connect launches tickets for first FaceCon 2026. Vancouver-based VTuber. Oh, they're based in Vancouver, brother. Ew. Ugh. What's that, brother? Wait, I thought they were. Never mind. They're not Canadian. They're not one of us. Ew. I didn't know they were from Vancouver. Never mind. I don't like FaZe anymore. A 2-day event on June 13 and 14 at the Hyatt Regency San Francisco Airport in Berlin. Also, they are doing it in California. Ew, brother, ew. I feel like people won't, the FaZe fans won't really like that, but I guess it's the only place with cons. The worst part of Canada. What the heck? How else am I supposed to mosh during the live concert if I can't crowd kill the 4 feet tall Tenma cosplayer? No physical assaults or threats. Literally 1948, man. What is this shit? Freedom of speech, hello? I thought Face Connect was for freedom of speech. Oh, so artists are announcing their cons. RemaCon one in a few years, guys. We'll host it in a barn. Yeah, what the fuck? Yo, no threats and no physical assaults? Bro, might as well change the name to Woke Connect at this point. The fuck? Lame. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really not sold on the meet and greet raffle system. Oh yeah, so they have this raffle system for the meet and greet. And I saw some people well, it's not really a complaint. It was pretty politely worded, but I think this user was just kind of sad because it's quite expensive to travel there in the first place. I mean, cons are expensive. There better be a DashCon ball pit. Oh no. We're not reproducing the TwitchCon incident. So yeah, cons are expensive. They're like 2 days long. You gotta pay for the tickets, you gotta pay for the travel, the hotel booking. I don't know if the talents are gonna be personally there or if they're gonna be on a screen. I mean, there's a lot of Face Connect fans in chat. Can you guys tell us? I'm pre-ordering tickets for the RemaCon. It's gonna be a jorp bit. Yeah, so Whole Life uses the system for the meet and greet raffle. So D-Monsters here says, I'm there to see my Oshi. Everyone knows that is by now, and I get the feeling I won't get the chance if I don't pay top dollar. Even then, it's not a guarantee. It's already taking pretty much all the money I can save and scrounge up for. Even then, I'm hoping it'll be enough just to go to the con. And one of the major reason I am going is just to briefly say hi to my Oshi and tell her how much I appreciate what she does for me. This is the only major event I plan on going to. The flight to Cali and back, along with hotel stay cost and everything else on top of the ticket, is extremely steep. Again, I want to support her, her fellow talents, and her agency. I want FaceCon to succeed, but I have some concerns and reservation I wanted to voice. I am misunderstanding how the system works, and my concerns are misplaced, but I thought I would voice them regardless. I still plan on going to the best of my ability. So attendees who secure a meet and greet ticket will be able to pick them up with their badges. They can't be transferable. I think that's to stop scalpers, because people do scalp these things. Yeah, exactly like Lou just said in chat. The thing with raffle system is there to prevent scalpers. General and priority raffle opening dates, as well as the first come first serve opening date, will be announced closer to the convention on our Twitter, an official Face Connect Discord server. Meet and greet tickets will be available through the FaceCon registration website. Most tickets will be distributed through general raffle, open to anyone who pre-registers for the convention. If you're a Face community or Face citizen badge holder, you will gain access to priority raffle and then will be held prior. Oh, that's why then. So I guess if you buy the Face Citizen badge or the Face Community thing, you'll get a priority in the raffle. So that's why he's worried he won't get a spot. And unclaimed tickets from both raffles will then be made available for purchase at a later date on a first come, first serve basis. Pippa did free meet and greet for people who just lined up last year at a carrier con. She might do it again this weekend. Oh, okay. You might go. Um, Not that it really concerns me since I can't afford traveling and such, but I'm seeing more and more decisions from the company itself that I don't like, especially the last few months. That's all I have to say. I forgive, but I won't forget. Good luck to you, though. I understand. Thank you, Neme. Would we be allowed to gather and swap who we get so everyone gets to see their Oshi, or is that against policy? Oh, it's gonna be individual raffle for each Oshi. They could add a rule that you're allowed to trade ticket. Like if you have a winning ticket, maybe you can only trade it against another winning ticket. I can only hope that the "who are you most excited to meet" question influences things. Same. What alternative system would you propose then? Well, that's a good question. What alternative system is there? But then people will sell them? Do they mention the percentage of tickets that are raffle versus will be available? I think it's all of them. What do you mean Thunderdome? Make them pass quiz. Like, how knowledgeable about your Oshi are you? And then pick those guys. This person says this is pretty standard for a convention, especially ones where all the attendees are going to want to go to them. Well, meet and greet just a one-on-one. It's nice but limited. They will likely be roaming around on Roombas. Plus it helps mitigate scalpers. It's not perfect, but I think it's the best we currently have. Last one standing in the drawer pit. Hello, Mr. Martini. How are you? Oh, I gotta plug my phone. Is your Oshi jelly? It's dizzy. How many people are they expecting to get at FaceCon? It's happening. I'm honored I can announce that I'm featured participating artist for FaceCon. So yeah, at FaceCon, see you in the Artist Valley. Oh, Tachi is Face Citizen. I wonder if they're actually going to be able to turn a profit from FaceCon, or if it's just like it's being built on sponsors, you know. They probably needed to secure some sponsor funding for this. I saw quite a few people going for the highest tier ticket, so I expect there will be a lot of people for the lower tiers. I see. Oh, it's tiered like that? It's 500 to a few thousands? For what? I doubted most cons lose money. Yeah, it seems like that might be the case. And this is only like the other cons have all these other VTubers showing up to them. Like it's more like they have, I don't know, hundreds of meet and greets. This is only FaceCon. Are they inviting other VTubers too? Chat, I need convincing. Should I pay extra 100 for the snack bar? Special role on the Face Connect community, 210 and $200 if purchased before May 1st. Face Citizen badge. There's quite a lot of people that are going Face Citizen. It's another artist. Merch hall. $200 for the full experience. Go big or go home, I guess. Really excited and nervous as hell. Please refrain from selling any merchandise or artwork that presents full nudity and genitals. No age content is allowed. Literally 1948, George Oswald. Germany 1974. Wait, 1974? Isn't that the 70s? That's the peace and love era. Panko fans in shambles. Right, Snow? Yeah, I could see that system work. Wowie, FaceCon. Okay, no R18 material. I also saw there was a rule where I think 70% of the artist table needs to be about phase merch, which makes sense. You mean 1984? Yeah. Yuriko, can we add those voice lines to the Tangia? Because all the people that aren't in on the inside joke just think I'm crazy. We need to discard Discord soundboards in there. You are crazy. I'm that crazy bitch. Oh, okay, here. They posted a tier, so full weekend badge, that's $70. Don't miss a single performance and panel, weekend badge, FaceCon swag bag, FaceCon commemorative pin, and a FaceCon 2026 passport. Then the Phase community badge, that's $100. Why is there like two prices with only a $5 difference fee? Phase community badge, that includes the FaceCon community swag bag, FaceCon commemorative pin, passport, priority meet and greet raffle, early entry to events. This seems like pretty big value because merch bags are already pretty expensive, I think. This one is $200. Face Citizen badge. And what's a lanyard? Face Citizen swag bag, FaceCon commemorative pin, FaceCon 2026 passport, priority meet and greet raffle with more entries, prioritize entry to events and activities, priority seating for performance, access to snack bar. Okay, the snack bar is going to be dog shit, isn't it? It always is at cons, but you're kind of limited on food, so special role on the Face Connect community Discord server. I mean, yeah, this one is the most worth it, but 200 USD? I think the middle tier might be the most accessible. FaceCon would earn my respect if they actually put a ball pit in the middle of the convention hall, right? Oh, the first price is after May 2nd. So it's not even a big difference. I think the change in price should have been bigger. So they can secure the funding before May 1st, and then they can see how many people are actually interested in showing up. The $5 difference is like nothing. That's not gonna make me, like, that doesn't make me want to rush my decision before May 1st. I mean, it's better for the clients for sure, but it might be a little bit more difficult to plan. Yeah, I don't know what's the swag bag. Is it like an Ita bag or maybe it's just a tote bag, like one of those fabric ones? Like the simple ones with almost no stitching? Swag bag is like a bag with a lot of thingies in it. Like so an Ita bag. Dude, I saw this. What the? Oh my gosh, a video message arrived from Ryan Gosling. What? Hold up. Oh, my music is off already. Okay, we're good. My god, my head's too big. Oh, it's muted. Shit. Okay, there we go.
なんとここで運営さんからなんかとてつもないサプライズ映像があるということで。なんですか？なんだろうね。ちょっと期待して。いや、あんまり期待しない方がいいかも。わかった。まあまあまあ。一回じゃあお願いしましょうか。お願いします。お願いします。
Hi, Corone. Hi, Marin. Ryan Gosling here for Project Hail Mary. I'm so
What?
excited to hear that you're both joining the project and voicing my students.
Whoa, that's awesome.
What? Are they voicing his students? Since when?
Having talent of your caliber on board is absolutely amaze.
Amaze.
I hope you and all your fans enjoy the film. Now, fist bump.
Fist my bum. No, it's fist bump. It's not the same.
That's so cool! And I don't even know what this is about.
お、なんと
I'm already sold! Oh, it's for the JP dub? Is there anybody that dislikes Ryan Gosling, or is he just beloved by everybody at this point? Women and men are just in love with Ryan Gosling. Men see themselves in him, and women want to be with him. He is Ken, yeah, he is. But he's also in Blade Runner, like that meme that everybody loves. Alright, so also, okay, let me just pull it up. What is it called again? Sorry, it's just gonna take a sec. Hello, where is it? Did Darth delete the post on the Nerissa member channel thing? Yeah, it seems like he deleted it too. Well. Oh, he deleted both versions? Damn, okay. He got a lot of backlash featuring the clip violating clipping guidelines. Yeah, fair enough. But was the transcript like that he put, or the summary that he put, also got backlash for it? So, if you guys are on Twitter, you've probably heard about this, but I made a tweet about this one Nerissa fan that completely crashed out on her because she briefly mentioned Octavio during her stream, right? And for some reason that tweet like really blew up. I guess because it was so ridiculous. And it sparked a whole entire discussion. Like it was even trending at one point on Twitter yesterday. Like she just said his name. She just said his name. She didn't even collab with him. Yeah. I have like the highlight on my highlight channel if you want to go check out part 1. But it's just insane, and it feels like it sparked a whole discussion about a parasocial relationship, how little support holostars get. And then there's all the other people that came in that were also like, well, you know, people keep talking about supporting them, but they don't actually show up. And then there's some, unicorns that also were upset at me and all of that. Myron did end up suspending his account, although it's been said he has an alt account. Obviously we have a no interact policy there, and if we find somebody interacting with him, they'll be banned from the stream. But what's interesting is that why would any unicorn be upset with Frima? Yeah, me and the unicorns, it's like 100-year-old rivalry that we have. It's like a blood feud. Yeah. It started when ERB debuted. No, there's a couple. There was also a couple in the comment section. There were so many comments I didn't catch a lot. I did respond to one of them. But anyway, what's interesting is that Nerissa ended up not responding directly, but she tweeted this: I love women, I love men, I love jailbirds, and I love Hololive Productions. I love burgers. And I mean, it's pretty vague, but I think it's actually in response to that. I don't know. I think it is. Dude, can we ban that bot on Kick? Holy shit, Kick is so bad with bots and spam. True, Bob Maris. True. Also, there was a member stream where she briefly touched on it. And whole life production refers to all the branches of girls. True, true, true. I can't really remember what exactly she said in the members. Okay, hold up. Let me just ban that fucking. I gotta open up to it. Okay, it's banned. Good, thank you. How are they still posting? What the fuck? Why is it still appearing? Okay, he's gone. So she also. Yeah, sorry, don't scroll Twitter. My bad, my bad, my bad. No scrolling Twitter. She also briefly touched on it on members, and she said something along the lines of, don't interact with these individuals. If you see them, just block them. I'm not gonna stop myself from collabing or interacting with my coworkers. Maybe you guys can help me out. Do you have a better memory than me? Oh, she said something along the lines of, I'm going to collab with whoever I want. I want to collab with Hollow Stars. I want to collab with Christian Bananas. I'll collab with anyone. Thank you, Yui. Thank you. Yeah. Interacting with rotten turds just spreads the smell around. It's kind of like that proverb, if you fight with the pigs, you get dirty as well. Who said that? Nerissa on her member stream. So it seems that she also thought that person was pretty unhinged. Let me see if I can pull up my tweet. Okay. Oh no, I did another tweet. So also another thing is that Octavio, who was the person she like briefly mentioned during her stream, tweeted this: in case you missed it, I made a song about having a parasocial feeling for your Oshi. It's called Cold Blue. So he kind of like re-promoted it. This came out on March 14, but he re-promoted it yesterday. It's kind of like a I don't know, a wink wink at the situation, but also he's showcasing his vocal skills. She also mentioned that her words from a year ago were misrepresented and was annoying people accepted their narrative at face value. Oh, yes. Oh, it's good you bring that up because a few people actually commented on that VOD that I did. And they were like, yeah, Nerissa never said that. Like, they were saying, I'm part of a jailbird, and she never said that. That guy was like, you broke your promise to us. I know, you lied to us. Source, I made it the fuck up. So I, shouted out the Octavio cover because, as some other people pointed out, they need a little bit more support. They're very talented. And then this person is like, why are you a star shill out of the sudden? Bro, I look at this person's profile because, like I said earlier, before starting to argue with people, I've taken the habit to look at their profile. And the shit you find in there is crazy. So that's the first post I found, but I found even worse later. Nerissa Ravecroft was a whore all this time. Color me surprised. Seriously, how could that guy even fall for this woman? It's like losing a chess match to a dog. And he's QRTing the Dark Enjoyer, that, first clip that he did of the Nerissa stream. So this dude is literally, it's calling her a whore, just because she said she was gonna collab with males. And then, wait, I'm not gonna open his page like this. I'm gonna do it on here first. They had some of the most unhinged stuff, dude. Okay, never. I can't even fucking show this. Yeah, these person just hate holo, like the holo stars. Um. Wow. Okay. Oh, that person also commented on the original tweet I did, saying Nerissa is such an open W word that if you actually fell for her words, you might actually have learning deficiency. There's 3 likes on it. Okay, just you and your 3 unicorn buddies. Yeah, whatever. I don't care enough. I don't know if... Yeah, well, he was using the grape word and all of that. I'm not gonna show you guys that. I don't know if Ernul's a real unicorn. I think he's just a rage baiter that, like, gets the unicorn riled up finally. That's my new conclusion about him. Oh, he's a real unicorn? Okay. He's been at it for like 3 years now? Oh, got it, got it. Also, there was like Softendo leaving me, like, I don't know, flame comments in my comment section. Banned him. I thought he was banned from the internet. Why is he back? Like, why is he back? Anyway, dude's unhinged. I got like the conglomeration, like they all reunited in my comment section, like all the freaks. It's like a schizo magnet. Yeah. This other dude. I guess we could just look at the QRTs. Oh my god, not this guy. Some of the QRTs are also wild. Like most of them are in accord. Is that even a word? Some of them agree, obviously, with, well, they think that Myron is being crazy. And then this really like high IQ individual had to put his opinion out there. And his opinion is that I know his reaction may appear over the top, but it's completely justified and valid. No one wants to see their idol Oshi interact with the homo star freaks. I guarantee you he's an actual jailbird and not some leech. Like you that enjoys making fun of unicorns. The real VTuber fans. Yeah, I do enjoy making fun of unicorns. You guys are funny. You guys are funny to make fun of. What do you want me to say? You make it too easy, bro. Yeah, this Twitter's insane. He's also made like a stream on me saying that I harassed Miriam. Bro, I didn't even QRT his tweet. I just screenshotted it. And then the entire world agreed. Oh my god, it reminds me of that meme from Don Flamingo. From a very young age, I knew that everybody was wrong and I was right. I love that meme. These guys are so weird. Also, he hates Shiori as well. Hates everybody that interacts with Male. Can I even browse my own profile? I may not. I've been posting some sussy shit. Guys, I'm literally molding so hard from losing my demonetization on Twitter. I have crazy impressions for the last month. And I saw somebody get $800 for a 4 million impression tweet. This is my impressions. 78 million. I got 78 million impressions on Twitter. Just for the love of the game, by the way. I get nothing from it. Absolutely nothing. Zero. Nada. I would have made bank though. Sad. Maybe I need to stop tweeting and work on my videos more. Rest in pieces. How the shirt cut challenge going? Yeah, I re-uploaded that one and it's going, still going. I do rage bait just for the love of it. Being all the star stuff, dude. They don't have a high viewer, cannot do a collab with their Kamiyoshi, which kind of irritates me a lot. And yeah, they are being treated like God's worst creation. They deserve some love, for real. Wow, 10k views on that post. Sorry, 10k likes. This is the saddest shit I've ever read. I'm surprised it's the first time some people see this. It's been around for a while. Like, the screenshot's been going around. Meltdowns like this are embarrassing, but the situation is a very good reminder. I don't care how isolated your Oshi is from the Holostar branch. She watches them. She tunes in every now and then and lurks. She might even be a big fan of them. And they're literally coworkers, yeah. Fans don't talk about their Oshis like that. All my homies love Nerissa Ravencroft. Reminds me of this. Fine, since few people ask me in DMs and I got mad again, I rage quitted KFP and VTuber fanbase because Takanashi Kiara played League of Legends. You happy now? I trusted her to be a reasonable person, but when she decided to stream it, it felt like a betrayal and I don't want to see her again. Holostars are not professional vocalists. Have you listened to any single Holostar song? Oh man. Finding out is the same weirdo guy from August. I'm dead. That's a funny one. I like the way that weird is the way that tweet is worded. The fact that the original was genuinely serious. Oh yeah. League of Legends, there's some games. It's kind of like how in Japan playing Apex is considered a dating game. So if their Oshi would play Apex, they would have a meltdown. The gender divide in VTuber spaces, especially in Hololive, pisses me the fuck off for so many reasons, and it goes much deeper than people think. Wait, I'm curious to see their rant. The entitlement to control a woman's relation to who she's allowed to talk to, this notion that she has to stay pure but not interacting with men is so misogynistic, it's more than just fans being parasocial, because I thought they would also treat women IRL the same. No, but wait, doesn't that theory fall through? Because women do that to men too, though. Like we've seen it happen with Vox when his fans find out that he was dating Reimu at one point and that he was flirting with that cosplayer. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. It's even gotten some like international attention. I wish Holostars would be respected even a little more by Holofan stars that are our family too. What do you expect us to do if we get attacked? They're already being overshadowed by other companies' male VTubers, despite the name value of cover corporations. So if Holofans don't protect them, who will? This is why the girls need to be very careful about accommodating unicorns in their community. Allowing a fan to live a fantasy where no men exist in your space except them breeds very severe parasocialism. It can become very dangerous for the talent outside of stream. Yeah, it's less of a yeah, I also think it's not necessarily a gender thing, it's an internet shutting thing, and it's also a reflection of the times we live in, like economical, social, etc. That being said, unicorns are crazy. Yeah, I mean, I understand that some girls don't want to collab with males. Like, I think that's fine, right? I just don't like the entitlement that is portrayed. Like I've received rants because of how I played a game, like backseat gaming. These kinds of fans will do that, and it's very, very bothersome. What did the unicorn did? Well, you can check out my tweet. You can also check out my video on my highlight channel. I mean, I like Battle and Gerard. Gerard is funny. He's really, really funny. Like we raided him once and he had this whole ass raid greeting with a lot of energy. You could tell he's a very good entertainer. I like Flayon. Also the boys aren't gonna steal the girls. The boys are too busy like making out with each other. it goes with levels. It's not all unicorns who believe that their Oshi being single means that they have a chance with them. Some of them just don't want their illusion shattered. Some other fans are extremely parasocial and do believe that they have a chance, but I think a lot of that is also mixed with some kind of mental illness or like a personality type. Like, you know how being a narcissist, for example, it's not a mental illness, but it's like a personality type that's deeply troubled. Or like being a sociopath, things like that. Vesper won. Once again, Vesper won. Dude, Vesper, he will always be the boy. He will always be the boy. I don't, the corporal dating, Cover had a rule about corporal dating, perhaps. I'm not sure. Shuri bullies everybody. There's such a rule in just about every agency. Makes sense. Don't shit where you eat. Really? Personality disorders are a defense mechanism, and your DNA does play a role whether or not you'll develop one. I was trying to get my friend to explain to me personality disorders. She was like, it's not, but is it a chemical imbalance? It's funny that you guys bring up psychologists because, oh, thank you for the bomb. Like, I really want to have an interview with a psychologist or a therapist about, like, you know, parasocialism, but like extreme ones, because we're all parasocial to a certain degree. But not every parasocial relationship is created equal. You know, some of them aren't inherently negative. Dr. K reaction, when I watch Dr. K a lot, but off stream. Oh, it's early childhood development, like before 3 something goes wrong. Only my parasocial relationships are real, everyone else is fake. Well, sometimes I like, you know, picture myself being friends with them. That's still parasocial. There's a difference between having narcissistic tendencies and having narcissistic personality disorder. Yeah. I'm talking about the narcissistic personality disorder. So I'd like to interview like a therapist, a psychologist, or like somebody who's researched into parasocial relationships, like somebody that's their field of expertise, because somebody that's researched internet relationships or like internet culture, because not any psychologist would know about these things. And I'd like to interview them for a video. I don't really collab with a lot of people, and I don't really, well, I collab with some corporate VTubers, but not a lot. I tend to stick to myself. I'm trying not to do that a little bit less. But I stream so little in the first place that it's hard to put collabs on top. Oh, yeah, Reina. So Reina actually wrote an article. Researchers that looked at the East Asian idol culture call it something more specific, parakin. I have heard about that term. It refers to a point on the parasocial spectrum where fan admiration tips into "we made you" entitlement and complete with obligations to the fan, and the creator was never aware of, let alone consented to. It's kind of like when you have this friend, which this friend keeps giving you stuff, like, or this friend keeps being there for you, or always checking up on you, and they're super helpful, right? They're super generous with their time and their attention, and you're grateful for it. But you don't know that this friend in their head, they they have this imaginary list of, they're keeping tabs on the stuff they've done for you, and they're expecting you to match them. And at one point, that creates resentment when the expectations are not matched anymore. I think we've all like experienced that to a certain degree. But this is this experience, but taken to the extreme. Like even I, for example, have friends where like I invested a lot in those friendships, and I felt like I wasn't given back the same. So I became like a little angry, you know? Uh, but this is that feeling taken to the extreme, but with somebody that you don't know. Yeah. I'm the opposite. I do that, but I get turned off when people do it back. You have an avoidant personality type. Yeah. I'm gonna start armchairing, like diagnosing people. Fuck it. I know you're not supposed to do that, but it's too fun, and anyway, everybody else does it. Alright, chat. Tell me your behavior, and I'm gonna armchair, like, analyst you. Fuck it. Oh, I had a friend help me when I broke both my arms in a motorcycle accident, and they expected a relationship because of it. You broke both your arms? That's... Wow, I'm so sorry for that. Dr. Rima. I'm smarter than most people and arrogant about it. Well, that's valid then. I don't like owing anybody anything, but I also don't feel like my favors need to be repaid. You have a secure attachment type. Next. But also you don't like owing anybody anything. That's a defense mechanism, because you feel like you can walk away from anybody at all time because you paid your debts, and you have, like, you tell yourself, well, I have nothing, I did everything right. I already know I have BPD, no need to diagnose me. I watch VTubers, you're mentally ill. Next. Sarah, I'm an internal perfectionist to the point it becomes procrastination. What can I do about that one? Ooh, a lot of my friends have that, but honestly, it makes you a really good worker. Yeah, Drywall is like that, for example. Drywall is my editor, extremely perfectionist, very hard to get started. I'm the opposite. I'll get started with no preparation, and then later on, I have to go back and fix stuff. Hi, Dr. Rima, please diagnose me. I keep on thinking about NTR. Am I just a perv? Yes. How much drama do we have this month? We're in March. We're like at the end of March already. We've had a decent amount. Maybe my psychologist might misdiagnose me. I trust Rima instead. Yeah, as you should. Leave your life and your soul into my hand. Rima, I keep thinking about memes. Do I have a problem? You have brain rot. Yeah, I think procrastination, you just need to do it. You just need to start. But like, you probably think about tasks like a mountain, but when people give advice about how to climb a mountain, they tell you not to look at the peak. You just look at like what's in front of you. And then you take like one step at a time. It's like if you're moving, you can't think about, oh my god, I gotta pack my entire house. You're just gonna be, today I'm gonna pack my bathroom. So I'm just gonna pack my products first in a box, and then I'm gonna take another box, and I'm gonna do this. Like one thing at a time. You gotta like divide your tasks so into bite-sized stuff. Disclaimer, Rima is not a health professional. I tend to just say what I say with no tact to the other person. If I'm asked a question, oh, that's easy. You should just, oh, here, I have the perfect tool for you. It's this website. Wait, fuck, what's the link? I'm lost in my tabs. You use the LinkedIn Speak translator that I used. This one. Translate.kagi.com. I a horse. Verify you're human. Go. Reflecting on my journey, am I a horse? In today's fast-paced ecosystem, it's easy to get caught in the Okay, this is not a good example. Shut the fuck up. All right. What's something blunt you would say to somebody? You are an asshole. So in LinkedIn speak, how it would translate to is, I'm not sure our professional values are currently aligned, and I'd appreciate more synergy in our communication. See, there you go. So this is how you become tactful. Okay, next one. I'm scared to say or write something publicly because people might perceive me badly. That's a big problem with our generation and the younger generation, because we've been on the internet so long and we've seen so many people get canceled that we're extremely like scared of being perceived and being judged. And because everybody is scared, everybody points fingers at each other. It's like a loop. But at the end of the day, I guess what you gotta tell yourself is that you know who you are, you know who your values are, and what other people think of you doesn't matter. Don't frame it as a question. Okay. Let's say you want to tell somebody, okay, that they have no riz. Okay, you have no riz and no good communication skills. You currently have significant opportunities to enhance your personal branding and optimize your interpersonal engagement strategies. Woo! I want to kill myself. I'm currently navigating a period of intense personal disruption, and I'm reevaluating my long-term roadmap. I'm looking to sunset my current operations and transition into a permanent offboarding phase. In Minecraft. Yes, in Minecraft. I think my boss uses this to write his email. Or what should we ask it? What should we write next? Let's go offboarding. You will end your life sad and miserable and alcoholic. Your professional journey will ultimately lead to a phase of profound personal reflection, characterized by a lack of fulfillment and a reliance on unhealthy coping mechanism. Wait, but that's not better though. That's still very negative. I shitpost on the internet? Okay, I shitpost on the internet. I am a high-impact digital content strategist focused on driving organic engagement and disrupting traditional communication paradigms. But how do I pronounce this word? Paradigms. Paradigms. Through thought-provoking online discourse. Yes, thought-provoking online discourse is mwah, chef kiss for shitposts on the internet. Paradigm. I am a horse. I am thrilled to announce that I'm pivoting my career to focus on high-performance, equine-driven solutions. Leveraging my natural agility and relentless work ethic, I am committed to driving sustainable growth and galloping towards new milestones in the pastures of professional excellence. Hashtag growth mindset. Hashtag agile leadership. Hashtag unbridled potential. No fucking way. Hi, JJ Beat. I am hilariously ESL. I am passionately navigating the complexities of multilingual communication and leveraging my unique linguistic background to bring a global perspective to every challenge. That's hilarious. I haven't died yet, so I might be immortal. How do I deal with this? I don't know if it does questions well. I'm thrilled to share that my track record for survival currently stands at 100%, which suggests I might be scaling towards immortality. How do I leverage this infinite runway for maximum impact? In a world full of finite timelines, I'm pivoting towards a forever growth mindset. It's not just about longevity. It's about sustainable disruption and long-term value creation. Has anyone else in my network successfully navigated the transition to an internal career path? I'd love to hear your insights on how to optimize for the next millennium. Yeah, it can. It can reverse translate. There's also a lie detector. Like, there's also. How do I hit the other language? I have over 500 imported Dujin? 500 imported Dujins. I'm thrilled to share that I've curated an extensive international portfolio of over 500 specialized niche publications. This collection represents a deep commitment to global content acquisition. Yeah, that's right, it's global content acquisition and a passion for diverse storytelling mediums. Thank you, General. That's all. That's me for real, for real. Yeah, so if you guys receive one of those emails from your boss, you can also reverse search it. I have 500 stack of random magazines in my basement. I'm a hoarder with a subscription habit. There you go. You'll see what your boss truly meant or thinks about you. Thank you, JJ Beats. Kagi translate, yeah. This is amazing. I saw some people do it in XQC Speaks. I am the Disney CEO. in the future. Oh, GeoGuessr keeps like telling me to. Well, there's a few news other like news or drama topics we can talk about, but we can also do GeoGuessr. Oh, this is a quick one. But did you guys see that the Costco CEO joined the burger wars? Chat.
Take care.
Oh my god, I want the giant Diet
This
Coke.
hot dog?
He's so cool!
The hot dog price will not change as long as I'm around.
He's actually the hero we've always
quality,
needed.
Amazing value.
You know they're losing
That's
money on this.
$1.50 well spent.
Are you gonna have another one at your next building you go to?
Absolutely.
Amazing.
One take wonder.
I can do whatever you want. If you want to do anything more.
No, you're good.
Yes, I love him so much. I love him so much. We need more people like him in the world. Don't clip me saying I want that giant hot dog. Like, oh man, we need more people like him for real. I can't believe Auk is tweeting. Auk is branching out, man. It's not just LSF for streamers. It does get, well, like, I wish, like, I could Uber eat some Costco hot dog. Even though I'll pay more fees than the actual food itself. Bye-bye, Ambies. Yeah, more wholesome CEO. There's also, this whole Afroman situation. Oh wait, but before that, there's more VTuber stuff. Pippa responded to a hater. Face Connect was considered one of the... Okay, so this hater says, it's genuinely entertaining seeing this corpo go up in flames after being considered one of the best to ever do it. What a delightful fall from grace. And Pippa responded to this at like 5 a.m. saying Face Connect was considered one of the best to ever do it after everything we've been through and the judgmental gaze for so long. Rewriting the underdog story when it suits you is FaceCon might not be perfect, but will continue to work hard. I still think I don't know, man. I just think the community has shifted a lot. Lydia did say nay to me? I need her to purr for me though. What's Hot Wheels? Oh, she did some Hot Wheel stuff, but I'm not sure what that was. I saw her stream yesterday. My god, these kickbots are so annoying. Okay, oh, thanks, Yuriko. He's I was gonna ban him and you got him before me. Yeah, I mean, Face Connect is always getting shit on. They also get shit on still on the Reddit thread. And it's not because of the recent controversy with Jelly and all of that. Like, they just were always hated. That's also why I did that Pippa video, like, what is it now, a year or two ago? That debunked a lot of the speculations on her, which I thought were unfair. And now it just feels like, you know, the community was always about supporting the talents, right? And for the people that love VTubers, and even though some corpos had some criticism, we always told them that you know, you shouldn't harass the talents, and it was always like talents first. But now it just feels like people are only there for the negative stuff. And they just want to see every corpo burned. Like, business equals bad. Eat the rich is a popular slogan for a reason, is it? Hi, Aokaze. I know. Kick with the doo-doo spam detection. It's actually annoying. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, some people just want to watch the whole the whole world burn. And it feels, I saw this tweet, and I think it summarized how I feel about this. It's like, some people feel really powerless every day due to circumstances out of our control. And it feels very cathartic to yell or to go after people that are quote unquote bad. But then the problem is, because that gives us this dopamine hit, we keep extending that definition of what is bad to suit us and to justify us bullying people. Which to me is so fucking weird. Gonna try something. Maybe we could just ban the like some words on the kick side. We haven't really tried that. And since Bishojo, people don't trust anybody. Yeah, I know. The term black company has become so worthless. Yeah, I agree. To be united by hatred is a fragile alliance at best. Tell me about it. Which doesn't make sense. It's just been infiltrated by people who aren't fans of anime or Japanese culture and are trying to co-opt it and turn it into something else. Bro, I saw like the director of this Jujutsu Kaisen episode get harassed by some large anime accounts. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought you were supposed to be on their side. Aren't you guys always saying to protect the Japanese people and respect them and free speech and don't be pro censorship? Like, I remember when people bullied and harassed me for liking anime growing up, and yet those same people now are saying they really enjoy anime. The Gachi Akura one also getting hate. I didn't find a source for that. Cause I wanted to tweet about the Gachi Akura author saying that, but then I couldn't find the date on her story. And I couldn't verify if that story was recent or not, because these accounts, they often recycle her stories. Like something she said maybe 2 months ago, they'll post it again. So I didn't cover it on stream, and I didn't make a tweet about it. But then I saw some other like drama channels make videos on it, and I'm like, well, did they get a source for it, like, or is it made up? And I feel like, man, It's almost what you gotta do nowadays for like drama commentary. You almost gotta make shit up, which is crazy. And I feel like if since I don't do that, it's really limiting the pool of things I can talk about. The headcanon's not being a source material, that's old stuff though. That I made a tweet about that when it happened. So yeah, that it's like a month old. Bro, the kickbots are back. Oh my god. It's old, but it's continuous. Okay, but source? I want to see the source. Solves. Like, if she said that on her tweet, or if she posted a story, I would have covered it, but I didn't find it. Dude, they've been doing this for Western creators too. I know. I fell for it. I actually don't fall for it. I actually don't fall for it usually, but I fell for the Valkyrie one yesterday. I actually fell for it. Like, you know, there was this tweet that went viral from this Twitter account called Drama Alerts, I think. Something like that. About Valkyrie's retiring. Oh, this one. And I was like, oh, I thought it was, dude, the clip trend is going crazy. Sorry, it wasn't Drama Alert, it was Yoxic. Yoxic's another, like, large account that does the same kind of stuff. And Valkyrie slowly announces her retirement from streaming after turning 34 years old and wanting to experience life more. Now, as a freshly 34 years old, it's probably time after 11 years of streaming, I should probably do more real life stuff. And then she QRT'd it, and she's like, this has 23k likes, I'm not retiring, I'm still here, y'all. I'm alive, I'm very lucky and grateful to do what I do, I'm happy doing it, and much more. And, like, the VOD is 2 months ago. The post is misleading, but Valkyrie did not mention retirement. She explains her desire to have a healthier work-life balance. So she's just saying she wants to, like, touch grass more often. She didn't even say she would retire. It's completely misleading. People clip champ out of context all the time. I also got clip champ recently. But yeah, I see people clip champ the girls a lot, like Pokimane. Okay, some of the stuff she says is actually unexcusable, but she also gets like clip champ by a lot of stakes account. I've seen a lot of Kaisenat and his entourage of Omega Who's. I actually have no clue who these streamers are. There's always like a new one that pops up and I can't be arsed to know about them. But I bet, like, it's crazy because I bet that like more Pegasus has made a video on this or something. Or like he was in the process of making one and then he realized it wasn't true. Well, Pokemon just made that tweet where she said that woman had it better in gaming before, which is like honestly it's just factually untrue. Like, it's just not true. Because I used to game before too, and you'd get roasted. Like, it's just that people will always, people online will always roast you for whatever trait they can think about from just hearing your voice. So let's say you're a girl, they'll roast you for being a woman. But if you're like an Indian guy, they'll roast you for being Indian. If you have an accent, they'll roast you for that. If you sound like a little nasally, they'll roast you for that. It's not just a gender thing. It's just that that's the nature of the internet. It was that clip.
Earlier today, I did this random little TikTok where I was talking about how, hear me out. Do you guys remember like 10, 15 years ago? I feel like 10, 15 years ago, if you were a girl gaming online, people were actually so nice to you. Like, so nice. They treated you so well. They would like gift you free stuff, all this stuff. Do you guys remember? But nowadays, I feel like girls are a little bit scared to game online or to use their mic or whatever. Mac, thank you for subbing. I just like, sometimes I think about these days and I'm like, I'm not hallucinating that, right? I love to get on.
I mean, I got yelled at in raids, like fucking like 5 minute long yells and stuff. I used to start crying and stuff. I was so sensitive back then.
But that's the thing, it makes me sad for maybe like younger women who just got into gaming and they think that this is just how it's been all the time, but that's not so much the case, I don't think. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's always been some issues in relation to misogyny, but at one point it didn't feel so bad. Do you guys think we have regressed as a community? Ah, yes, rage baiting. There's a lot of rage baiting online now.
That's true.
I do feel though that there's been rage bait for so long that I'm like tired a little bit, like I'm numb. I actually don't get baited as much because everybody knows that there's rage bait. Do you get what I mean? But I also think that that's unhealthy because it leads to a level of like apathy. Like we just don't care. Like we hear bad things and we don't care because we've been rage baited so much that we're just numb. Like whatever. I don't even know if that's true or not. DGAF. Oh, it's not good.
I don't know. I don't think it's true. I think you used to get like fucking shit on back then if you were a girl. I don't really use voice comms or play that much games anymore, or PvP, so I can't really tell. I know I see clips in Valorant all the time of people being trolls to streamers, but I feel like that's always been like that. Was she on the same internet as the rest of us? Also super cute model, remember? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, David. She never played CS or MW2, yeah. As for the rage baiting, I mean, it's those stake accounts. They make money off of it. And, like, honestly, there was a time where I did feel like the Pokemon hate sometimes is overblown. Like, sometimes she doesn't really do before, okay? Lately, she's completely out of touch. Like, for the past 2 years, I feel like she's completely out of touch with reality. But before that, I did feel like a lot of the hate she was getting was just because, well, not just because, but maybe like 70% of it was just because she's a woman. But now I can't defend her anymore. I don't think apathy can be attributed just to rage bait. Even legit tragedy gets tiring if it's constant tragedy. Ah, man, that reminds me of an Andy Warhol quote where like one of his friends died and they're like, "Oh, our friend died of an overdose," and then they just like moved on right after. And I think we get used to seeing so much horrible stuff online, seeing videos of people dying, and then like you see memes about it. Like there's a war and we saw memes of it most of the time. Yeah, if you're broke boy, just say so. Started a downward slope. I agree. Although what I did not agree with was was people's like the people that are like, oh my god, her cookie company is failing. That was more recent though. People are like, oh my god, her cookie company like went bankrupt and yada yada. But it's like, it's obviously that's not. It's like if me and Uwu Market partnered up for Merchline, and Uwu Market went bankrupt. Like that. How is that my problem? You know? Why would this reflect back on me? But I don't know. Is it just because she's like an Uber millionaire now? Or is it just because all of these controversies that she's been through has like solidified her feeling like she's right? I feel like that happens so much where people get shit for the stuff that they say, and instead of taking the criticism, they're like, oh no, it's like producing the opposite effect. They're like, actually, I was right. These people are unhinged, and I'm just tuning out. Sometimes she says bad things just to go viral. Absolutely. And I know that me saying this, I'm gonna have comments being like, oh my god, I can't believe Rima is defending Pokemon. I'm not defending Pokemon. I just don't. I just don't think we have to lie about how like a cookie company works. It's like a white label company where she just puts her name on it. Were they overpriced? Yes. Was her response bad? Yes, it was memeable as fuck. I say her line all the time. Yeah, she just tries to keep herself relevant. But isn't it that odd too? Like, you know that saying something like this will spark backlash, but how far removed do you have to be to not care about this level of criticism? I'm just always amazed by the people that just don't give a fuck about the way they're perceived anymore. Bad rep is better than no rep approach. Oh, like a bad publicity equals good publicity? Does that even work anymore? Well, it worked for clavicular, I guess. Yeah, they are rebranded Costco cookies. But I mean, it's the same cookies that several brands are buying. It's like the Chinese T-shirt from a manufacturer might end up at Walmart, but they might be using it at other VTuber merch companies. Does it work though? If you're not good enough for good publicity, bad publicity is the next best option. None is worse. True. Yeah, I get that people entire brand are built about being controversial and saying things that will anger others. That's factually true because a lot of these streamers like Aiden Ross and Tate with Andrew Tate have built careers on that. But you must have like a fuse missing to be able to handle that. Or like Destiny's like that too. The PETA model, but the PETA model's catching up to them now. Like they have less and less support. Ew. Killer, what the fuck? Can only get cancelled if you care. That is true. That is true. I mean, some people personalities like just thrive in picking fights with people and aggression. That's for sure. It like triggers this it's usually people that have grown up in really like rocky environment, and that's the only kind of environment they feel comfortable in. Like Tectone, for example, that's always like picking a fight with somebody, he's probably like that. Do a diagnosed Pokemon? I don't understand her. Like I don't understand her at all. Her shorts are becoming more and more eerie. Like the ring short was really fucking weird to watch. And then the way she's speaking with this really soft voice is also weirding me out. What killers say is true. The cookies company used the same machinery for dog food, bird food, and pasta. Ew. This name who said I learned empathy at 30. You're talking about iDubbbz. Maybe after you get like after a certain level of like money bracket, you just become off your rockers. It's like inevitable. It's so fucking weird. I just don't understand these people. Yo, does anybody know what the hell is going on with that Afroman situation? Like, that's all I'm seeing on my TL. It's like the big lawsuit that everybody's talking about right now. Pretty much you become a sociopath? Maybe. Yeah, but dude, I really think that because we don't have okay, sorry, back on the rich topic for a sec, then we'll move to the Afroman topic. But like I really think the fact that we don't have butlers anymore is stopping all these rich like butlers used to act as a filter for all these rich people acting crazy. Because you'd have this really elegant man follow you around and be like, "Sir, I don't think that's very becoming, sir." But now they don't have butlers anymore, so they just act a fool. Okay, now back to the that's my take on this, okay? I'll let you guys think of that. Bring back the butlers. Yeah, butlers and maids were the unseen heroes of humanity. Okay, Afroman House was wrongly raided by the police. He made a music video using his home security footage of the raid. The police in the video are suing him for defamation. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So that's super chat Jeeves, super chat the VTuber express praise. Thank you, Golden Helm. Yeah, so he won the lawsuit. He's got this crazy swag. Raid his home with an illegal warrant with no evidence, backed up by a confidential informant, threatened him and his family, all on camera.
It was Randy. What they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And
Swag.
I think I'm a sport for doing so. Because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
Whoa.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition.
So he sued the cops.
Yes, sir. In your lawyer's office. Yes, sir. Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday. Yes, sir. And you saw...
Yeah, Afroman is literally dressed how Japanese people think we do.
how upset she was.
Yeah, sorry, it's the cop sued him. Yeah, sorry. Did I say that he sued them? No, the cop sued him for defamation. But that's crazy that they did.
He was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right? Yes, yes. And you saw your attorney say,
I can't hear.
Do we need to take a break? Yes. And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with. Yes, sir. You saw all that. Yes. You knew she was upset. Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
But is he like, was he a famous, like what does he do? Is he a rapper? We need to add him to GTA. Like he needs to be a GTA character.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about it. Yeah, because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they had did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
He had a oh, that's why you guys keep asking me if I want the lemon pound cake. He had a lemon pound cake on his kitchen and the cops ate it? Bro. If you hear Afroman, what do you think of? You think you hear this? That's true. That's true. He sung the song because I got high. Got it. True, Midnight Rider. That is wild.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies? Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place?
Oh, yeah. And they robbed him. Sorry, there was $5,000 seized from him, but only 4,600 was returned or something.
No. That's all the questions I have. Thank you. You're welcome.
Amazing.
What they did, searching your house.
I think LM covered it. Dude, he looks so cool.
We did it, America! Yeah! We did it! Freedom of speech! Right on! Right on! Yeah! God bless America!
Yeah!
Power to the people! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Like, I know nothing about him, but I want to cheer with him. Like, I'm with you, man. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
He's so likable. Oh, see, that's a summary of it. Cops raid his house for allegedly selling drugs, damage his property, brandish guns on children, turn off his cameras, find literally nothing, steal $5,000, only return $4,600 after being caught. He makes music videos calling them out. Cops sue for defamation. They cry like a baby. An officer suing him broke down in tears as her parody video Lick 'em Low Liza played in court. That's funny. Afroman was also beloved by his community. I heard after the cops raided him, his whole community he lived in made fun of the cops that did it. Oh, he's that guy that like all the neighbors love and stuff, that knows everybody in the community. That's so wholesome. I saw another clip of him. Oh, this. He tweeted this. He tweeted this.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
What?
So...
What do you mean you don't know? What? How does he... I don't know. I want to watch it again.
That is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
So...
Case. It's been a well-tried case. The lawyers did what they should do. The parties did what they should do. I just want to remind everybody that how the verdict comes out isn't something of public comment. So if you have an emotional attachment to the verdict, don't express it. Wait till you get out of the building before you let your emotions out. In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. It's been an emotional case.
Cop grilled in Afroman defamation case hints he actually doesn't know if rapper had sex with his wife. Oh my god, everybody's memeing them. New Afroman lawyers quote WAP by... I was gonna ask you which organization is that, then I read by Cardi B. Okay, yeah, WAP, yes. What does it stand for? Wet ass pussy or something? While questioning the ex-wife of former officer Sean Grooms. Lawyer, are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy? Yes, is that a rap song? Well, just play the fucking clip. Why am I reading this?
Worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
Got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
Who got her haircut?
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I think I've heard
sorry,
it.
no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes.
Is that a rap song?
It is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No.
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
No.
So you didn't have to teach him that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
Is she his ex-wife?
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No.
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but...
Yeah.
So, Ms. Grooms has...
Oh,
Mr.
that's a teacher in Afroman's community that is a witness that his song are not that. Okay, thank you.
Foreman's posts
Thanks, Chad.
about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No.
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
If it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it
No,
would.
that might be his ex-wife because he says, would that have affected your life if you were married to Sean?
Have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
Bro, she rolled her eyes there. She's like, nah, I did not have any effect on our divorce. Wow, I can't believe they got the ex-wife to testify against him. They must really hate each other. Or, yeah, they must really hate each other.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to watch the legal mindset thing. The fast facts.
Afroman is in a absolutely hilarious case.
Is the sound too loud for you guys, or is it chill? I mean, they raided his house without a warrant. Lower? It's like going into the yellow, so it looks a little loud.
With the Adams County Sheriff's Department in what is a battle between First Amendment protections and what is defamatory. We're going to get that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news. So for those of you that may not know, the defendant in this case is, of course, one Afroman, Joseph Edgar Foreman, of the famous hit back in the day of Because I Got High. Well,
why can't we make him a politician? You know? Why are we making Logan Paul going into politics? Why can't we make Afroman? He looks way more fun.
In this case, he is now getting in it with the Adams County Sheriff over a botched raid on his house. And to introduce them, they are the plaintiffs here in the parody depiction as Afroman shows you in his video, which we're going to watch a little bit of later in this segment. And these sheriffs are mad based on these depictions that he has made of them. Some of them, such as Officer Poundcake over here, another one's a hunchback. They've got all sorts of different depictions, some of them a little bit worse than others. And that's why they ended up in court with him today. Now, rapper Afroman has a house in the Adams County, and this house was raided based on a tip of narcotics and kidnapping. They had some informant that said, hey, there's narcotics, there's kidnapping victims. And
no, but you guys don't get it. Like, if content creators are going into politics, that's our pipeline. That means there is a real shot at world domination. So, like, I stay in content creation, and then I run for president, and then I do a coup where I seize power and then become dictator of the world. See? You see the vision now? We're getting there. Like it's happening. It's actually happening, chat.
The kidnapping was based on a quote-unquote dungeon basement that he
What?
had,
What?
allegedly. And so they went in and got this warrant from a judge and went into his place.
Wait. Hold up. They can raid you for your basement dungeon? Fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. I gotta send a few Discord messages. Alright, mods, out. Out. Get out of the dungeon. I mean basement. I mean, fuck. I mean room.
While he was not there. He was in Chicago at the time. Now his wife was present and he did have security cameras. So there's footage from those security cameras, which he uses later in parody videos. And that's really the subject of this today. But when they went in there during that search, not only did they find nothing, there were no kidnapping victims, there was no narcotics, there was no, tons and tons of drugs of anything, marijuana, cocaine, whatever, none of that stuff. But they smashed up his front door, his front gate. They searched his entire house. They took cash, and there's a big dispute about the amount of cash they took because, according to Afroman, $400 is missing. They said they gave him back. It was about 5,400 according to Afroman, 5,000 according to them. According to their internal investigation, they did not misplace any cash. But once again, this is a situation, if you know the police situation with cash is very easily palmed or easily taken, and oftentimes there are huge corruption issues when it comes to cash. This can come up in, for example, drug cases where people are dealing with a lot of cash and just the cash disappears or the cash goes to fund the county, etc., or just slides off. But that cash is a big subject of debate here because Afroman and his
Well, is a house raid the same as a SWAT call? So let's say somebody does a fake SWAT call. Is that the same as like a house raid? Do they need... No, he hasn't shown any of the video, but we did watch some clips and they were fucking funny.
Position thinks they stole that money. So there was no actual findings at all. It was totally bunk. So Afroman, being incensed about this, being mad about this, took the surveillance footage of the raid and made parody videos mocking the police. Now, these parody videos, the officers did not like them at all. So if you go to his channel, you can see...
Yeah, but it's his own footage, though. In a private property, so doesn't he own that? It's not a SWAT if it's a hot situation like hostage. Oh, they're just calling it a house raid because they supposedly had a warrant to breach the house and search it. In theory, yes, but usually raid have smaller force. Okay, thank you. Highlight. A raid on a house could be caused by a swatting the sense of a false call to police. Because they say they had an informant. Oh, I see. They can take my life, but they can never take my lemon cake.
These over here, and he has almost 1 million subscribers here, probably getting a lot more recently. But all of these videos here, a lot of them go through individual officers like Officer Randy Walters, Brian Newland, Sean, Lisa, all through this. Officer Pound Cake, because the guy looked at he was kind of a little bit more of a husky individual, and he was looking at that cake like he was real hungry. He goes through a lot of these different videos and mocks them individually. But what we're going to review today is one video where he reviews the raid kind of footage as a whole, and it goes over several of the officers, and it kind of explains, when you see this video in the portion I'm going to show you, why they are suing. So we're going to go break that down step by step here right now. So here is the video. It's titled "The Batter Ram Hymn of the Police Whistleblower" by Afroman, and of course you can check this out on his channel. Like you see, I'll put that link in the description, but we're going to go and break this down, and I'll show you the points at which I think the defamation is there and the clear parody. Of course, I think the depictions here probably parody. The only ones that might be a little bit more troublesome are when you see, hey, there's a prison uniform, so okay, is this guy in a prison? And this individual over here,
no way they had the cops listen to the whole music videos again, like actual mental torture in court. Do you have those clips?
think we're pretty clear about what this accusation is right here, which if you make that sort of accusation, you better be pretty on point. Let's continue.
Okay.
Very catchy, by the way. And a point matter, I do like his suit.
Mine eyes seen the corruption of the ad.
So starting off here, showing them what he alleges as stealing cash. So one of the big things is calling them thieves. Calling someone a thief is potentially defamatory. Now, under his opinion, that cash was counted wrong. Their internal investigation may have said that was clear, but that's a big subject for debate and one of the subjects of the case.
Some county cops stealing money, stealing cake when they make they traffic stops. First they screw.
I don't know whether the officer actually took the cake, but he looked like he wanted to take the cake. And they did at one point unplug the security cameras. So it's very possible he did take a slice of the delicious lemon pound cake at subject here.
Afroman is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet.
He did let all the footage out on the internet. So all that's out there, and all of that is permissible because that's his home surveillance footage. Police have no reasonable expectation of privacy in that footage whatsoever.
Mine eyes have seen informants get busted with felonies.
So he better be pretty sure about that, but seeing that he pulled this up right here and showing her booking, it assumes he's telling the truth about that. So if that's true, if this informant actually was booked for a felony, that's not defamation, right? That's straight up just the truth.
Tell the cops I'm a kidnapper and I sell a lot of keys. Raid my house and then get pissed, cause the dungeon don't exist. My proof's on the internet.
Of course, he's referencing the basement dungeon where he allegedly had kidnapping victims, which didn't exist.
My gate don't operate and my door is on the floor.
So there you go. So that's legitimate. That's a very legitimate grievance. If they knocked down his door, they battering rammed his door, they broke his gate, that's a legitimate grievance. He's owed compensation for that by the police.
My camera's disconnected. Lisa Phillips is up.
Okay, so now let's put it here. That one of the female officers is suing for her depiction, the sexual depiction of her and that depiction. So that one is one that's more amorphous. That's one that.
Who cares? You're like a nobody. Like nobody will recognize you. You don't have a reputation to destroy.
Especially if you look at it in the context of rap music, in the context of artistic speech. That's something very, very common. So it's dicey. That's a very dicey claim, but that's one thing the female officer is suing for.
They vandalized my property. My money came up short.
Legitimate from his perspective, that's vandalization of property. That's a legitimate claim, right? So calling them, saying that, hey, they vandalized, that's a crime, right? Vandalization. But that's also his perspective looking at what they did to his property. So that one, I think that's going to fly because you've got that right there. You've got, hey, this door went down, the gate's broken. There you go. He thinks the money's up short, right? Their internal investigation doesn't. He does. That's a matter of debate.
They're the predators and the victims, and they're suing me in court.
Close word there, very close with defamation. You got to be careful with predator because that can be very dicey. But probably, and you can say he meant that in the context of their.
Because predator is a criminal thing. If you accuse somebody of a crime, you better make sure that it's true, and we're seeing that in the Emerald Miskiff case.
Preying on people.
Brian Newland is a flag.
Now we're getting into more spicier accusations, right? And this guy is in the current court case, which is going on right now, is one of the ones that testified as to defamation.
William is a pet.
There's the bomb. There's the bomb. So you show the guy in the prison orange. So what I would assume is you've got some information on this. But that is one that you drop, the hard P. You drop that accusation, you better be able to back that up, right? Or have some reasonable basis for backing that up. But I would assume based on showing that jumpsuit and in other videos, which I've watched, he's got people testifying as to these people's character, etc. So based on those things combined, but that's one we hear on the internet a whole lot. We hear it being dropped, and that is per se defamatory. But if you've got truthful statement, if you've got truth behind that, and you're able to back that up, then it might fly, right? But that's one of the reasons that he's probably in court as we speak.
If I'm telling folks the truth, how come I have to go to trial? Newland and kids, that's true. Now
that once again, that's pretty defamatory if it's not true. But he's saying, hey, it's true. The proof is out there. So the assumption is he's got something to back that up, and he's going to show that in court. So you got.
So do the police have to pay for the damage for the door then? That's also what I'm wondering. You guys, does anybody in chat know?
You guys now see the spiciest pieces of the accusations. You've got accusations of theft. You've got accusations of deviant behavior, criminal records. So that's why this thing is proceeding. So the case law is pretty clear, once again, that officers have no expectation of privacy when they're conducting raids. That is not something that they can expect to remain private. And the surveillance footage can be freely used.
Yeah, I thought so.
When the officers sued, they sued for a whole basket of things: defamation, false light, invasion of privacy, right of publicity, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, as public officials, they have the duty to prove malice. So just like public figures, like internet figures or celebrities or people on the news, they're treated with the same higher standard of having to prove actual malice, which is very, very difficult. Now, because of that, and because of the case law, the judge dismissed outright the right of publicity and commercial use claims. So about half the claims were kind of knocked out, but they kept the defamation, false light, and some of the invasion of privacy claims and allowed those to proceed to trial. This is one where, once again, it's civil court and this is not criminal, so the standard is a bit lower. I think if you thought about this in a criminal sense with like beyond a reasonable doubt, then there'd be no chance at all, right? But on some of them where you have to kind of go into more of the facts, you have to go into more of the details. Okay, well, what information did you have to lead you to believe that this was true? You can see how this may have ended up in court. And the trial's going on right now in Adams County. So we're going to be following that as it develops. And it's an interesting balance of First Amendment right to criticize law enforcement against the officer's privacy and reputational interests. So from the officer's argument, the specific terms are arguably defamatory from their perspective. So they argue the words like thief, the hard P. We all know that one is defamation per se. So that's one. Anywhere you drop that, you better be very, very sure before you drop that. Then calling someone a white supremacist. Now that one is more difficult to prove, and that's one that most case law is against. But the officers are saying that's a problem for them. I don't think they're going to get anywhere on that one. Criminals camouflaged by law enforcement. Now that one, calling them criminals, potentially it's up in the air. Now some of them might be criminals, right? And some of them might have a previous criminal record, which would make that indeed a truthful statement. They also said offensive comments about a female deputy's gender, sexual orientation, voice, and appearance are alleged. But once again, that's an area where you don't see a lot of claims, and if you put it in context, it's going to be very difficult. And so they're arguing actual malice on all of these things. However, Afroman comes with a very strong defense. First Amendment, first and foremost, artistic and political speech. This is his artistic creation, and also opinion and hyperbole, particularly in the context of rap. And you have to go in the background of rap. He's a rapper. Now, you may argue that song you just heard was not rap. Okay, whatever. We're not getting into whether or not that's rap or whether that's just a parody song, whatever it is. But in the context of general music, people say a lot of hyperbolic things about other people. If you listen to rap music all the time, you know that, let's see, the morality of people's sexual behavior and their partner's sexual behavior is definitely something that comes up, particularly in rap music, particularly in America. So that is something that I think is a super strong defense.
I mean, even the Kid Cudi song about Drake, like A Minor, was basically accusing him of being a PDF file. But he didn't try to sue because he knew it'd be like a lost
Also
case.
saying no actual malice because, number one, he's looking at surveillance footage and saying this is what they did, or this is my perception of what they did, and it's a reasonable perception. Hey, if his pound cake is missing, you can call him Officer Pound Cake because the pound cake's missing, right? Or the cash is missing. Hey, it's cash. You stole it, therefore you are a thief, right? That's
Wait, is it not Kid Cudi? Which one was it? Yes, I said Kid Cudi. Which one was it that performed at the Super Bowl last year? Kendrick Lamar. I'm such a boomer. I meant Kendrick Lamar, lol.
reasonable interpretation of that. The substantial truth and newsworthiness of this, because most of it is true, even if there may be details of it that are not exactly true. And then saying there's no real harm to them, meaning the only harm is from the raid footage getting out of what actually happened, and that doesn't look good for the officers. So saying the officers don't look good because they went in on a bunk search and they just behaved in an inappropriate way. And that's the real harm to them, is their government misbehavior. It's not actually the parody video, which is just basing it on that in a mocking way. So my judgment here is that
Bye, tier. Oh my god, thank you, Gumnabi, for the Twitch Prime sub. 9 months. We're having a baby.
the Afroman case is hilarious, but also important for the line when criticizing police. And it's it's a very, very important case because we want to be able to criticize our government in all aspects when it goes wrong. Criticism like this, parody videos, is a non-violent way to criticize, which we want to promote in America.
Yeah.
We want to promote in free societies, non-violent ways to criticize the government, to publicly shame them. And really the only criminal claims that Afroman made against police, the accusations that are really criminal, like for example, dropping that hard P, those are probably the ones and the reasons why he's in court. If he didn't say those specific things that were a little bit more on the criminal side, he probably wouldn't be in court at all, because it would be just something that was dismissed at a prior period in this trial. However, I do strongly believe that bad actors should be publicly humiliated, and parody is an amazing way to do that when they cross the line, particularly for law enforcement. So I'm going to be watching this case and how it develops, and I will let you guys know as it plays out. Let me know what you guys think about the Afroman case and parody in general. And do not forget, we also have a giveaway for the Cabbage plushie. So if you
Cute.
want to get one of those, you can check out the description below, and that will be pinned in there. Until next time, see ya.
Aw, okay. Apparently there's another video with more clips, the Moist Critical one. Yeah, I feel like the YouTube... we need the court clips in there. Oh my god, my entire feed is Afroman.
Man, I haven't had a giggle quite like the Afroman trial has
Whoa,
delivered.
whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa! Whiplash, why are you not wearing the white t-shirt? What the fuck is wrong with you? Go change right now.
I have been getting tickled all day watching this trial and catching up with what I had missed previously on Dragon Ball Z from yesterday in the trial. It's just concluded, spoiler alert, Afroman completely won. And I mean, it was a complete victory here. He got him with the Mortal Kombat fatality in the courthouse here. The fucking police officers that were suing him are licking the toilet bowl clean after he shit all over them.
Oh my God.
I'll show you the clip of the ruling in a moment here. For those that don't know, Afroman's house was raided a few years back under suspicion of kidnapping and narcotics. They found nothing. It was a complete sham. It was a load of barnacles. And Afroman had security cameras set up on his property, so he caught all of this on film, and so he started to use some of that footage to make music, insulting them, ridiculing them, making fun of them, turning this misery into some boner jams for his art. And the officers that he has made songs about and made fun of got really upset. They got super sore about it, so they filed a defamation lawsuit against him. And the lawsuit has made it all the way to court, and now it's settled, but we got to witness what has to be one of the most entertaining court cases ever broadcast.
In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts.
I don't know how the jury just didn't erupt into laughter numerous times throughout this case. There are so many moments just like that. So he has made a lot of songs and a lot of clips all about this raid and making fun of these officers. And I can't believe at no point throughout this process did the officers think, this is a bad idea. More people are going to find out about this. And that's exactly what happened. Huge Streisand effect here. So many people are learning about Afroman and the new songs he made about these officers through this defamation trial that's gone to court. So now the songs are blowing up all over again. So will you repair my doors? Over 9 million views. Lemon Pound Cake is probably gonna start charting on fucking Billboard at this point. This one's going nuclear right now.
Lehman pound cake. It's probably a banger.
And it's in part a large thanks to these officers being such fucking bumbling, drooling imbeciles that they actually tried to sue Afroman for defamation because he hurt their feelings through making fun of them in these songs. I gotta tell you, sports fans, if the officers were upset before, they're inconsolable now. Unless they have a humiliation fetish, they're probably not feeling too great about how this one's gone down, because everybody is making fun of them even more so now. And honestly, this whole case is fucking ridiculous. Like, anyone should look at this and obviously not be on the side of the officers here, because this is so absurd.
It's
really,
dumb.
Afroman said it best while in court.
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they
I love that he just fact.
hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So
Whoa,
what they did,
the audacity to sue me.
searching your house gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
Amen.
Whoa, let him cook! Hold up, let him cook! That came from the heart too.
I think that about sums it up. He has the freedom of speech to make fun of these officers. They are public officials. They went onto his property, breaking his shit, apparently even disconnected some of the security cameras, which I feel like that should be completely illegal to disable, lawfully put up security cameras around one's own home. I think, and it seems court agrees, he was well within his rights to be making fun of these officers and using the footage of that raid in the subject of his songs, making fun of them, joking around, whatever he was doing with that music, using them. There should have never been a defamation case that went this far in the first place, but the fact that it did was a fucking slam dunk for comedy. So, let's dive into some of the highlight moments here from the court case.
So you're claiming that is the defamation with your wife,
Mr. Walter.
You're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Fucking plot twist of the century. Game of Thrones writers could never. The subversion of my expectations during this segment cannot be overstated. My jaw was on the floor. So I was already kind of giggly, kind of kicking my feet in my little chair when he was like, listen here, bub, Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't. Mr. Walters, me, does have sex with his wife. Raw, if you needed to know. What you think of that, tough guy? Yeah. And then, when he's like, so, yeah, sorry about that, misspoke. So, the defamation is, you know, Mr. Foreman doesn't have sex with your wife, and we all know that's untrue. And he's like, I don't know. The lawyer was stunned. Like, the lawyer just went radio silent, I think actually blue screened when Randy Walters, this is Randy Walters, by the way, I forgot to mention his name, star of Afroman's hit song, Randy Walters is a son of a bitch. So he's now on the stand, and he had a crazy mic drop moment when the lawyer's like, and we all know the claim is untrue about him having sex with your wife, and Randy's like, I don't know. So it seems like he actually thinks Afroman might have fucked his wife or something. So now he's on stand, and it only gets worse from here. It looks like he starts to get angry at his wife about the claim.
What?
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know.
I've been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what?
Oh my god.
Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
Oh my god, his face! He's fucking seething! What? The entire court case was actual cinema? Thank you for the gifted sub! Thank you, Kip. Yo, that's so funny. He's molding.
Thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
He thought he was playing chess, but he was actually just...
Ask your client! No, I think he didn't want to admit. I think he felt like if he responded to the question saying, no, obviously I know this is not true, but other people don't know. He should have just said that. But instead he's like, I don't know. I don't know. He's so fucking stupid. Ask your client. Maybe he does actually not know. I'm so confused.
Playing with his own butthole. I don't know what strategy Randy Walters was cooking up there in the noodle, but this is stunning stuff right now. He was giving him like a layup. He's like, all right, so the claim is untrue, right? And he's like, I don't know. I would hope my wife isn't cheating on me. We've been together for fucking years, but now that he's made a song about having sex with my wife, well, maybe he is. And maybe she's cheating on me, and maybe I hate her for it. We'd have to ask Afroman about that. Because now it's put out there, and now it's giving me a lot to think about. Like, it looks like he starts to stew, like steam there about it. I really don't know what happened there, but oh my goodness gracious, when I tell you I was laughing, I was belly laughing when this guy started saying that. And you can hear the lawyer kind of switch on to like okay, this is weird, but I'll play along mode, where he's like, okay, so you're saying we can't verify whether or not this is like a true or false claim, it's not verifiable info? Because if he's gonna try and say that this is defamatory and then turn around and say that he doesn't know if it's true or not, how the fuck can you say it's defamatory? Like, it's an outrageous tactic? I don't know what else to call it from Randy Walters here. It was mind-boggling.
Who briefed this man before sending him to the fucking cross-examination stand? Or whatever that's called. Who briefed him? Did they tell him to say that? Or did he throw? Oh my god, they're making her listen to the song! They're making her listen to the song! That's fucking evil!
As you can probably gather from the song here, this is an officer involved in the raid. Her name is Lisa. According to Afroman, she even disconnected one of his surveillance cameras. I bet she's really regretting not bringing a fucking EMP device there to blow them all out, so that way, you know, the songs never got made. But here she is taking the stand in court, and boy howdy. So they're playing the Lick 'em Low Lisa song, which is one of Afroman's tracks dedicated to her. He made songs for like every single officer in the raid. So they're playing her song, her ballad, and she starts crying during it. And they play the whole song as she is like, you know, tearing up. I don't think they're legitimate tears. I think these are crocodile tears designed to try and garner sympathy from the jury, like, oh, look at the toll this has taken on her. So I think that's a little bit of acting there, and trust me, I know acting when I see it. I don't like to usually bring this up all that often, but I actually starred in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1
I knew he
as
was
the
going to say that.
hospital helper. Not a big
I knew he was gonna say that. Everybody's seen this video, Charlie. Fuck.
Deal. I don't really think about it that much anymore. Point is, I know when someone is playing a character, and right now she's playing the sobbing, traumatized officer who is being unjustly made fun of in a song, a very silly track. Like it's ridiculous. They play the whole song too. They sit her right there like it's a fucking Fine Bros React segment, and they make her listen and watch the entire thing. I don't understand why, to be honest with you. I feel like he probably could have just played like the first minute,
Yeah, I don't get
minute
it.
and a half, and I think the message gets across. It's a song making fun of her, talking about like how Lisa eats a lot of pussy and, you know, not taking her job all that seriously. Like I feel like you probably don't need to play out the whole song, but the fact that they did is comedic gold. So the cameraman even pulls off it there for a little bit just to show like the whole scene in the courtroom. And I'm very curious what the jury was doing. Like maybe they were stomping their feet and snapping their fingers to the track because it kind of makes you want to groove a little bit. It's got just like a real like classic feel to it. And then it pans to Afroman.
Stop. He's jamming.
Somebody give this cameraman a raise. That is incredible camera work right there. As you
Cinema.
can still hear Lisa sniffling and trying to get more tears out, it pans to Afroman as the song is still playing, by the way, and he is just sitting there staring a hole through her. He is just unflinching, just staring at her.
Dude.
Erupted.
Okay, if I ever get sued, like, remind me to wear sunglasses in court. I feel like that's the play, right? You get to stare at anybody, but they don't get to see your eyes. That's the play.
Into laughter with that camera pan to Afroman. And now, it doesn't stop there. As she's still on the stand, they didn't just play the track or anything. They also just started playing some clips that he made making fun of her. Almost as like a non sequitur. They just kind of pull it out of nowhere. Like, can you pull up another insult here real quick? This one, the jury's gonna love this one.
Why though?
Which number is this?
Number 21, and it's a video.
Lieutenant, look at little Lisa. Stop looking at pussy back there. That's the problem. You always look at pussy and you don't even know how many pussies you licked. You don't even know how many video cameras you've disconnected.
Why is it on TikTok? Evidence number 1. Oh my
That
god.
was 21?
Yes.
Did you see that video when it was posted?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
Yes, next one, please. They got a whole folder here to go through. They got her posted up there like it's a Comedy Central roast. They don't even like go in there and really talk about it all that much. It's just, yeah. Did you see this one when it was posted? Yes, Your Honor. Did you make sure to leave it a like and a thumbs up? Did you leave a comment as well for engagement? Okay, just checking. I'm gonna be honest. Like I get why it's there, trying to show like, you know, he's insulting her a lot or like defaming her by making fun of her a lot. But like these are just short clips of him taking the piss. He has a right to do that. Like all you're doing now is just showing a bunch of insults directly to the person being insulted and maybe making some people on the jury laugh. Like truly incredible strategy, I've got to say. Again,
Wait, that was from her defense attorney? Like this bit is her defense?
All of this hoopla with the defamation lawsuit from the...
Or actually they're the one like attacking him. They're the one suing him, so that's her attorney. That's her side showcasing these. Yo! Are they dumb?
Officers have done nothing but further humiliate the officers and put a bigger spotlight on it.
Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but You'd have to ask him that question.
Well, I'm going to play what's marked.
All his handles.
Stop it there. So you've seen Exhibit D, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You would admit that's you with the glasses walking by the lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
To be honest, this is probably the best promo any artist could ever hope for. They played like all of his greatest hits here from this whole saga directly to the people he was making fun of, and left in all of like the links and the promo and like the calls to action pushing to Afroman's socials. Like, you could not,
and it was televised, like,
pay for this kind of marketing. It's too effective. Like, oh my god. So they play the entire Lemon Pound Cake song to Officer Pound Cake, and then they're like, yeah, so that's you, right? That's why they call you Pound Cake, brother. And he's like, oh. Like, oh, this whole trial was, it was amazing. And thankfully, it has a happy ending as well. The cherry on top of the Lemon Pound Cake. Afroman won. The First Amendment won.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you,
none of them.
Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
You love to see that right there. So they were looking for a lot of money from this case from what I can see online. Doesn't seem like they'll be getting a single penny.
Nope.
Nothing at all here except for further humiliation. What an incredible defamation case. Fucking Goof Troop here really came after him. Didn't work out. Those officers were really upset about the songs, and now they got a lot more to be upset about, I think. I had to talk about this. This shit had me laughing hard today. So, anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah.
No, he didn't cover the ex-wife clip. Dude, we watched it. But is the ex-wife the one that he was claiming was sleeping with him? Dude, she was his only witness. Afroman's only witness was one of the deputy's ex-wife. She was a witness to support the case that it was just entertainment. That's crazy. Okay, that's another one. Yeah, she hates him though. She completely threw him under the bus. And they're like, have you ever heard of the song Wet Ass Pussy? Like, just hearing this mentioned in the court case was fucking hilarious. Like, these guys, because of this court case, everybody knows about these songs even more. Everybody's gonna meme them even harder because this is the internet and you look affected. And on top of that, you're affected because of memes. That's like the worst thing you could do. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it was so fucking funny. Absolute cinema. Did we see that in the clip?
Called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times. He
You were all-
received hundreds of pound cakes at work.
Oh yeah, these, okay, we watched those. Yeah, I actually, oh. Is this? Damn it, would y'all hate if I accepted a Gamba sports betting sponsor that's paying for pop-up ad space on stream for 5 seconds every now and then? I need honesty. Why is this a screenshot of a TikTok? I feel like if she's asking I mean, if she's asking, that's... Yeah, it's kind of like if you're asking, it's probably because you know they won't like it. I have a feeling she's been wanting sponsors ever since she went after Olivia. Yeah, I know, it's her tweet. Oh, there's no sound on it. Okay. Yeah, that was the tweet. Them is like an excuse of VTubers considered to be an overall good person, but there's 2-3 reasons why some people reconsider. Some of her most brain dead takes, doesn't even comprehend what was just being said, still talks about it. Dyslexia when reading the most basic sentence. I think she just speaks a lot before thinking about it. And then like walks it back. I decided I'll not take it. I appreciate everyone's opinion on it though. I personally don't really mind gambling ads, but the money wasn't crazy enough to have it on stream. Hey, Sparkshot! Thank you so much for the 24 months. Thank you, thank you. I feel like she has the fan base that wouldn't like this stuff. There just wasn't enough money, I don't know. Wait, what the?
Usually I lean back like this, and I have my table just beneath. And I'm like this. My back is always straight though. Unless when I'm gaming on stream. But I'm always really properly back straight up. When I'm drawing, my back is straight, but I tend to cross my legs. Yeah, I always cross my leg. I always shift them all the time. I have a desk right now that is meant for standing up as well. I don't know if you can hear it. One sec. Look, I'm putting my hand here, and I'm gonna lift the table.
Oh.
Now my desk is actually here, and I'm sitting.
She looks like a kitten like this. Oh my god.
That would be insane if I can actually, you know, make a real desk in 3D. And it tracks a real desk going up and down as well. If... That would be cool. You know, it's just more immersive, more furniture here in 3D and accurate to what, you know, there is in real life. Yeah, when I sit on it, it's still lift. Do you want to see? One sec.
Is this allowed? Oh god! It is Twitch, it's a skin suit by the way. That's not her skin, so it's fine. Come on. Oh god! Giat!
Okay, I'm gonna first put it all the way down.
God! Look at the chat!
Alright.
Woo! What? Oh, that's a teacher pose. Oh!
Oh, it goes so high! What the fuck? It's so high, guys!
She's so short!
Oh my god, it's so high! What the fuck? How do I go out?
Her feet are dangling.
I didn't went so high before. Wait. Oh my god.
I'm fully awake now. Aware.
Fuck, I moved the camera by accident. Okay, wait. I'm gonna. Oh, it's so high! Oh my god!
Holy! I'm looking very. Oh my god! Sorry!
I'm suspended right now. Wait.
Don't close your eyes, bros. I'm looking very disrespectfully right now.
Wait.
Okay, if she's not sponsored by a gaming desk company, she needs to get sponsored right now. This is amazing marketing. This is the best marketing I've ever seen. Oh my god. Jesus.
Okay, now you can actually imagine me if you were taller than me and you were, you know, holding me up. And just... I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm leaving this to interpretation.
She doesn't
But look
need
again,
to.
Okay?
The sound effects! Ayo? My heartbeat just spiked. She's like, ugh.
No, it's a good desk. No, if I want to go back on it, I need to climb my chair. It's too high. I mean, I'm out of breath because it was pressing against my fucking, you know, rib cage.
I want to be like laying down face up on the floor. There's to be a glass desk.
Idiot. It's going back down.
I want to be the desk. True. God!
Yeah, the cables are good. I just had to check like everything's fine.
The tie gap's insane too.
Man, now it's like so short.
Wow. Oh, is that his fast facts? Oh, I actually want to get
As you
caught up
guys
on
know-
that. Yeah, because he did a 1 hour thing of that. But I think it's looking badly for Emaru. It's looking badly for Emaru. She might lose that emotional truth bit in case they rejected that. I'm just reacting to stuff that are happening upon my timeline. Listen, sorry, it just happened there. Thank God this is in November. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, I really gotta pee though. Fuck. Okay, I gotta run to the bathroom. 1 sec. Don't leave, chat. If you leave, I'm gonna find you. I'm back. Thanks for the Kirby bitch ball. Beach ball, not bitch.
Emeru is getting sued by her ex-boyfriend Ms. Kiff for defamation for the claim she made saying she was SA. She, in her most recent response, said it was her emotional truth, which is protected and not subject to a claim of defamation. In other words, Emeru is saying that when she said, you know, she was detailing SA.
I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, assault and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me.
It wasn't a statement of fact, but just her emotional opinion, if you will. And therefore, Ms. Kiff's lawsuit should get
Good night, Moogie.
dismissed. Well, Ms. Kiff has a completely entire stance on this. As you would know, this was actually filed today, 3/17. Obviously, we know that comes Ms. Kiff in his response to the opposition of Emeru's motion to dismiss. In opposition thereto, plaintiff respectfully show the court. Now, he comes out the gate cooking. Emeru, look, this is a bold statement right here. Emeru lied.
Like, at first, Emeru had, like, a really good case, like a slam dunk case. But the fact that she misused that SA claim is really hurting her now. And now her court case is looking way shakier than it first looked out to be. Because if they, yeah, I mean, I'll just play the video.
Her way into this lawsuit, the law won't allow her to lie her way out. Emeru cannot credibly claim that she did not accuse Ms. Kiff of SA. The transcript she herself submitted to the court makes it clear that she did. This is true. This is true. Now, there's a little footnote right here. Emeru has put an issue purported to defamation claim by Ms. Kiff Enterprises LLC against her. To be clear, the defamation claims are personal to Ms. Kiff and not brought on behalf of Ms. Kiff Enterprises LLC. While Emeru devotes great efforts in her brief to attacking the side issues on the pivotal issue whether Ms. Kiff has pled a defamation claim against her based on her false allegations of SA, she provides only the defense that the allegations were her emotional truth. In Ms. Kiff's lawyer opinion, emotional truth is not a recognized defense to defamation in Texas. In the one case where the phrase is used in dicta, in fact, illustrates why Emeru is not entitled to dismissal. Furthermore, even accepting such a doctrine existed, it would not apply. Wow, Emeru now self-serving claims that her comments were off the cuff, improvisational, and unrehearsed at the time she made the defamatory statements. In her live stream, she admitted that they were in fact planned, scripted, and indeed vetted by counsel.
Yeah, I remember that she did say that. I mean, we watched it happen live. Like, I was live streaming when all of that went down, and we watched it happen live. And I thought I remembered her saying that. And then I saw a clip recently where, from that stream, and I confirmed that, so... Yeah, that's not looking too good. But this is just a motion to dismiss, so if she loses that point, it just means that they're proceeding with the lawsuit, right?
That's a truthful statement.
No,
all this is true. She did 100% say, hey, I spoke to a lawyer about this. She knew this lawsuit was coming. Now, this arguments and authorities, look.
But like, her lawyers fucked up. If this was vetted by counsel, why did they tell her to leave that in? She had enough, I think, with all the other stuff like the blackmail, the like the stalking and all of that, the threats that he did to her, without having to add the weak like SA claim.
We don't have to read this. This is not important. This is basically saying for his lawsuit to file a motion to dismiss. He believes it should. If you want to pause the video, to read this legal case doctrine about it, have at it, but we're here for the juice. Emeru directly misrepresents the facts of the case. This is according to Ms. Kiff's lawyer.
Okay.
This lawsuit was born out of Emeru's knowing misrepresentations about Ms. Kiff to thousands of people via her live stream platform. I believe she had an audience of about 60,000 people, and her current view count of her video has 1.8 million views. So the impact was substantial. It's unsurprising.
This is why you don't make videos of legal situations, handle these situations privately. She shot herself in the foot. Yeah, but I mean, I understand, because then the other party says, "Oh my God, I'm being sued. Let's do a GoFundMe," and then they also get to farm infinite sympathy. It's definitely tough, but you need to be super, super careful if you do make a statement. I know a lot of people are being counseled by their lawyers not to say anything, but a lot of content creators are like, yo, this is my life. I can't not say anything. Like, we saw this with the Takahata situation as well. He wasn't allowed to say something to defend himself, but then there was just like mounting criticism about him. So he was just like, fuck this, you know? And then when we saw, like, it just, it's like, yeah, you can win your court case, but if you're condemned by the public court, it's also very hurtful for these people, because their entire identity is tied to their online identity.
Then that she adheres to her modus operandi in the first appearance before the court. Emeru's motion claim that
Modus operandi, is that how you pronounce it? I know I shouldn't blame anybody for the pronunciation, but I think it's modus operandi, no? No, okay, I should just shut the fuck up. It's the one he said. All right, you know, maybe in English, okay? Maybe in English.
delivering a rehearsed narrative, but instead was speaking openly and vulnerably in the moment. This is completely irreconcilable.
Yes. Silence, French woman. Seriously. I'm like, you didn't Frenchify it enough.
Wait.
Or you can watch an illiterate man, you know, who's 85 try and go through the documents if you want to do it that way too. It's okay.
Look, man, I know I'm not going to escape the I can't read rumors out there that are circulating, but this is completely irreconcilable with Emeru's own statements on the same live stream, a transcript of which Emeru herself submitted to the court. Basically, what she's saying in her court documents is different from what she said in her live stream. And there are, like, we have the footage. We can read it and then play the footage. So as you can see, I wrote up my notes, and not only that, I have even more notes. So yeah, if it seems like I'm reading a script of something, it's because I wrote super detailed notes because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. This is at the 2-minute 18-second mark. So let's go to it and see if this is, see if he lined it up correctly.
TwitchCon incident, some other things happened that kind of pushed me to talk about all of the things that I want to talk about today. So as you can see, I wrote out my notes, and not only that, I have even more notes. So yeah, if it seems like I'm like reading a script or something, it's because I wrote super detailed notes because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So
all right, there you got it. So Ms. Kiff, 1 for 1, 2. I want everyone to be aware I've been handling this situation very seriously, and I spent a lot of time thinking this over. Now, granted, this is cherry-picked statements, but all this is doing is trying to show that, hey, this was not an emotional plea. She didn't just go live and say, hey.
And I want everyone to be aware that I've been handling the situation very seriously, and I've spent a lot of time thinking this over.
And not only that, I've been in contact with a lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today. And because I wanted to make sure that if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right. It's so serious.
And not only that, I've been in contact with a lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today, because I wanted to make sure that if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right, because it's so serious.
All right, so there you go right there. Hey, she talked to a lawyer. Now that her defense is going to be, it's not a lawyer that was likely retained for her. Like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I'm just end up reading off my notes. This is just further proof that it was scripted in some
Can we get it?
way or capacity, if you will. Emeru should not be heard now to argue that her defamatory comments were some off-the-cuff, spontaneous emotional response when she specifically stated not only were her comments thoroughly planned and scripted, they were in fact reviewed by counsel in advance of the live stream. Now, I'm telling you, her defense is going to say, hey, I spoke to a lawyer, not my lawyer. It is what it is. You can call it what you want. Emeru directly misrepresents the holdings of Benson. Now, look, I understand this is a case, but normally I would skip the case law. But we really need to take a second look at this, because literally her entire defense rests on this case law. Before I just skipped it over.
Oh, because they're citing this case law of Benson, and now Miskiff's lawyers are claiming Emeru's side is misrepresenting the case. Miskiff's lawyers seem competent. Actually,
emotional
they seem
truth
good.
is BS, because his lawyer has a completely different interpretation of it. So, continuing her pattern of misrepresentations, Emeru misleads the court as to the holding of the Benson case. Emeru relies on the Benson for the supposed proportion that her claims that Miskiff SA'd her are non-actionable as emotional truth. Benson, in fact, stands for the exact opposite proposition. Okay, so now they're like, hey, the case she quoted does not apply her. It is actually the opposite. It actually will hold her accountable under this defense. Let's hear their logic. Benson concerned a widely circulated TikTok video wherein the daughter, 1, accused her stepfather of SA, 2, made nebulous statements about her mother saying it wasn't her problem, or that the daughter was disrespecting her relationship by raising the issue. Both stepfather and mother asserted separate claims for defamation. So, hey, they both sued the daughter for defamation, which is wild, but
yeah,
I guess you live in that world. As to the stepfather's claims, Benson court specifically rejected the argument that Emeru now advances, citing Benson. In her reply to support of her motion to dismiss, the daughter asserted that her statement about the stepfather was not defamatory per se, because SA is commonly understood as merely touching someone in a sexual way when they do not want you to. But the fact that that term may have more than one meaning does not factor into our analysis at this stage for the proceeding. In reviewing whether the stepfather's defamation claim survived the TCPA challenge, the trial court was required to consider only the legal question of whether the words used were reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. So you as the audience, you as the jury in this case, when Emeru went live and accused Miskiff of SA, do you think that had some defamatory meaning? I think it's a clear-cut yes.
Yeah.
If you didn't do it. For the proposition that if a statement is capable of at least one defamatory and at least one non-defamatory meaning, it's for the jury to determine whether defamatory sense was once conveyed. So would 12 people who watched Emeru's live stream come to the conclusion that because Ms. Kiff was never charged with SA, convicted of SA, therefore Imaru, knowing this, when she made that statement, did she defame him? Now, she could also play stupid and say, well, you know, what is really SA? She could do that. And she can also have the defense, well, when she went to a lawyer, it wasn't her lawyer. So you have these little outs for it. Is she going to take them? I'm not sure, but I imagine because all the money at stake, she's going to respond to his response. The purported emotional truth defense that Imaru raised related not to the stepfather's claims, but to the mother's claims. Okay, now let's go back up because she accused the mother of knowing. She said, hey, mom, when the daughter accused the father, SA, made nebulous a statement about her mother saying it wasn't her problem or that the daughter was disrespecting her relationship by raising the issue. They're saying
that's crazy.
The emotional truth applies to the mother, not the father, because he was actually accused of a crime, okay? The purported emotional truth defense that Imaru raised related to the stepfather claims, but not the mother claims. The mother asserted defamation claims based on the daughter's statements that the mother, one, knew about the SA, but did not care. Two, characterized the SA as a mistake. Three, told the daughter that the SA wasn't the mother's problem. Four, failed to protect the daughter. Five, abandoned the daughter in support of the stepfather. The Benson court found that these sorts of statements reflected opinions because taken as a whole, they conveyed her personal viewpoint, i.e. her own emotional truth, not a purported fact. What's the emotional truth? The emotional truth applies to the mom. They're saying it applies to the mom, not necessarily if the father. One, that the mom didn't care about the SA. That's an opinion. Two, characterize the SA as a mistake. That's the mother who characterized it as a mistake. That's what the mom said was her opinion. Told the daughter that the SA wasn't the mother's problem. That is more so the viewpoint from the
That's so crazy.
daughter. Failed to protect the daughter. Protection is the viewpoint from the daughter to the mom. Like, hey, mom, you didn't protect me. Five, abandoned the daughter in support of the stepfather. That is the daughter's opinion. So this is where the emotional truth applies, not necessarily the father being accused of SA. The Benson court found that these sorts of statements reflect opinions because taken as a whole, they conveyed the daughter's personal viewpoint, i.e. her own emotional truth, not a purported fact. Nothing in Benson stands for the proposition urged by Imaru that she is free to slander Ms. Kiff in a planned scripted statement that was vetted by counsel before publication, so long as she claims that she is emotional about the alleged acts. To adopt such an interpretation would amount to overturning Texas' long-standing position that allegations of criminal acts are defamatory per se. And this is what Legal Mindset pointed out in his video right here, which we can watch for a quick second.
So the area where she screwed up was by talking about SA. She should have never said the word SA, right? And that's where Imaru messed up. That's the one thing she did that was a mess up, and a clear mess up, right? So in Texas, it's defamation per se. That means kind of automatically defamation if you accuse someone of a crime or if you have an imputation of serious sexual misconduct. So accusing someone of SA, you see the word right here, and not being an SA, right? There's nothing wrong with.
All right, we really don't need all of that, but you kind of get the gist that, yeah, she accused him of SA in a court of Texas that is considered defamatory. Imaru urges that her defamation distinguishable from Benson because she provided a description later of the purported SA while the daughter in the Benson did not. But the context of the transcripts makes it clear that description was buried so as to render it ineffective to prevent the defamatory meaning of SA from being understood by the audience. In other words, you're about to see that it came up way later in her live stream. By the timestamps in Imaru's own transcript, she first accused Ms. Kiff of SA 20 minutes into her live stream, which we don't need to go there. We see that. She does not elaborate further. Less than 2 minutes later, she falsely suggests that Ms. Kiff had done something similar to someone in LA. It is not for another 30
I had forgotten
minutes that Imaru provides context she contends should exonerate her. In other words, Imaru started
Because in her in her defense, she was saying, but I gave I explained the situation. So it's up to the viewers to make up their mind on whether or not it was essay or not. I didn't tell them how to think. This was my emotional truth. But now they're claiming, you know, it's a little different.
The Ms. Kiff segment in her 1.8 million view video saying she's going to detail the essay committed by Ms. Kiff, or, you know, that she's been surviving, however you want to interpret that. And then 30 minutes after that, she gives he hopped on me and kissed me. I was crying, finger popped me. I yelped. He got off, which he is not disagreeing with. But they also got back together after that. And you always beg the case, well, if someone SA'd you, would you get back with them? And, you know, that's victim blaming. You tell me. In the reality of the internet age, which Imaru well knows, that information does not wait 30 minutes to hear the context before it spreads 100%. Soon she said it, that clip was everywhere. That opening clip, and then 30 minutes later, she gave that. By then, the first clip had already probably like 1 million views on X. Imaru's claims that no reasonable viewer of the live stream would have understood her allegations referred to literal essay are bellied by thousands upon thousands of viewers who clearly did. This is a truthful statement. Since Imaru's allegations, Ms. Kiff has routinely been called a grapist, both in real life and on the internet, where some commenters have gone so far.
Oh, Captain Cabinet, what's up? Hi Raiders, welcome aboard. Get raided. Hello, hi Captain. Thank you so much for raiding me. What were you guys doing? We were just going over the update on the Emiru Miskiff lawsuit. Thank you. Take a seat, everybody. Welcome aboard. Being gacha losers? Oh no. Is it Wuthering Wave? No, I'm not the one reading the document. I'm the gremlin on the right side of the screen. Henry and Auntie Rima. Oh, a new game you've never heard of? Interesting. It's a lot of gachas. And we're almost done with the video, and then we'll check out some funny stuff.
To call him Grape Kiff. Now, why he put this in there, I guess, for dramatic effect. Assuming that Imaru ever truly thought no one would believe she was accusing Ms. Kiff of an actual SA, her total inaction to correct the record after it became plain that this was the message received inexplicable. Her refusal to issue a properly demanded retraction, which he did. Ms. Kiff sent her lawyer saying, hey, have your client make a retraction. And they literally looked at that and said, nope. No, I showed it in the last video. So he like, look, she didn't retract it. That means it makes it clear that Imaru's intention was to portray Ms. Kiff as a grapist. She cannot now, having accomplished that end, tarnishing Ms. Kiff's reputation and taking from him the career he spent more than a decade building, claiming that she never intended to be taken seriously. What do you guys think? This is just like part one. Now,
yeah, there's too many gachas, too much money, but also there's too many dailies to do. It's too hard to keep up with all the gachas. Honestly, I feel like he had already his reputation was already sinking before that. That just was the final like nail. But I remember distinctively after the whole crazy slick thing where people were saying that he sent Maya and this other person to that girl's house to not let her talk about her essay case. He barely streamed after, and when he did some streams, that were like on an alt channel and stuff, where he basically was saying that he was super depressed, that everybody had turned away from him, and like he was already struggling back then. That was years ago. That was years ago. So there's been a lot of things going on around him. I'm a fox.
He's about to make an argument that his complaint is sufficient. We really don't need to read this, but if you want to pause it, go ahead. When a defendant is complaining of matters that can be clarified and developed during discovery, not matters that impede his ability from a representative pleading, an order directing the plaintiff to provide more definitive statement is not warranted. He's saying, hey, I don't have to provide more information. I provided enough as is. Here, Ms. Kiff has provided a detailed itemized list of the statements, included information concerning who made them, via what medium.
No, stop gaslighting new chatters. Listen to me, chat.
And what date. He has provided the content of the statement. He has even provided timestamps and statements can be located. Emeru cannot seriously contend that she is unable to respond to the suit. In his conclusion, he wants the court to deny her motion to dismiss, and which I think it personally will be denied because it's clear and evident that Emeru's legal team left off some context, or as what they say, misled the court. In conclusion, Ms. Kiff, like I said, he may not have no case against Asmongold. That is going to get dismissed. And the case against King Gaming Labs and Mythic Talent will likely end in arbitration because he never terminated their relationship between Mythic Talent and himself. But the lawsuit against Emeru may hold water because this emotional truth, if you can just go out and just say, hey, such and such SA'd me, and then 30 minutes later you say what the SA is, and it could be not something completely different from SA, and they say, you sue her for defamation, emotional truth, then that opens a huge can of worms. But what do you think of...
Yeah, I also felt that in her defense, in her motion to dismiss, like citing that Ben's case or whatever was also like not strong.
Of the Emeru Ms. Kiff response, do you think this case is going to get dismissed? Let me know in the comment section because that's the biggest thing. So. Me personally, no. I think he has a strong case against Emeru, no case against Asmongold, and arbitration for Mythic Talent. And maybe at some point I'll update you on Asmongold's latest attempt to get his case dismissed. Like, share.
Why arbitration against Mythic? I'm curious. But I think, I think this is going to court. She's not going to be able to dismiss it. But she did say that she hopes it goes to court because there'd be more stuff in Discovery. So let's see if she was right about that. Air everything out before you leave. Dude, what? I want to read some best of Redditors. He wants to call off my divorce because my cancer treatment was successful? Alright, thank you, Payday. When I was diagnosed with testicular cancer, he filed for divorce because he said it would be too much to take care of me. In my province, you have to live separately and apart for 1 year before a divorce is granted. Since he left, I've had surgery and chemotherapy, and my latest checkup shows no evidence of disease. When he found that out, I don't know how, he applied in court to withdraw the divorce application. He told me we can stay so wait, is this two guys? He told me we can stay married since I'm no longer sick, and was actually shocked when I blocked the divorce withdrawal petition through my own lawyer. I don't want to be married to him after what he did. some of OOP's comment. I'm going to guess from this, the divorce wasn't a case of we divorce on paper, so medical bills don't screw our family over. As such, what an ass move. Dump them, no empathy. My province covered everything. My only bill was for the TV to be hooked up in my hospital room after surgery. All my medical stuff was covered by MSI. This is a Canadian. At least our nurses are trained to counsel the recently diagnosed spouses of men about this. Men leave their sick partners at a far higher rate than women. I was warned about this by the medical staff after my diagnosis and naively thought it would never happen to me. I'm including this comment because OOP's response made me laugh. That is crazy. Dude, if somebody ditches you because you got sick and it's too much work, now suddenly your find is like, oh, hold on a second, I want you back. It's like, nah, I thought we were in sickness or in health, fuck off. How did you even get testicular cancer? Don't you need testicles to get it? Wait, OOP, wait, how did you even get testicular cancer? Might be a family history since 2 of my uncles also have had it. Don't you need testicles to get it? Yes. Why do you ask? Okay, so there's been an update post last week on March 7th. The original post was in 2022. My divorce was made official yesterday. It's over. 4.5 years of hell and being in limbo, and now it's over. Last night was probably the best sleep I've had in years. Maybe only second to the day I was told there was no evidence of disease. I feel like shouting from the rooftops because I'm free. I was diagnosed with testicular cancer on August 30th, 2021. 7 days later, my now ex-husband told me he was leaving me because it would be too much to take care of me, and he didn't sign up to be a nurse. When I had my first appointment with the oncologist a few days after my diagnosis, I was given a warning about men leaving their spouse when there's an illness, but I never thought it would happen to me. Every person in my support group who was married to a man had it happen to them too. It was eye-opening. I spent almost a year going through treatment. I had surgery, I had chemo, and it almost killed me. But in August of 2022, I was told there was no evidence of disease. I don't know how he found out, but when he did, he wanted to call off the divorce because I had gotten better. He was absolutely shocked when I moved forward with the divorce and did everything he could to drag it out. Why would you do that? This person doesn't want to be married to you. Just let it end. I'm so glad the court finally saw through his game, and now the divorce was made official 4 years and 6 months after he left. I haven't seen or spoken to him in years, and I don't plan to ever again. Still no evidence of disease. I got a great new job with the provincial gov. I'm planning a vacation for my 40th birthday. Most importantly, I'm free. Wow, so men do this to other men, not just women. Would you have left him if you got cancer? No, never in a million years. The thought that someone, including me, would leave when their spouse got sick never even crossed my mind. When I had my first appointment after my diagnosis and I was warned about men leaving their spouse, I thought they were mistaken and just plain wrong. I was humbled a few days later. Top comment, I remember you. Happy you got rid of both cancers. Damn! I'm happy you got rid of both cancers. What a bar. It's sad when getting rid of the relationship cancer takes 4 times longer than the testicular cancer. Nah, true. Truth nuke. Wow. Part of the delay was probably the court backlogs. Oh, because it was after COVID lockdown. It takes like 2 years just to go in court, which is wild. Oh yeah. Can I show this? This is on livestream fail. Oh, but it's not a clip, it's an article. Jeff Kaplan's advice to people who complain about video games they never played: shut the fuck up. I mean, about games they never played, sure.
Understand any being hostile about it or being rude about it, but I understand being upset and I understand voicing your opinion. But like, if a game comes out and you don't want to play it and you've never played it, shut the fuck up. No one cares. Like, we don't need to hear that you weren't into it. Like, what is with this? Oh my god, I'm so upset they decided to make this game that I have no interest in. Like, I'm not running to the internet every time there's like a TV show on. Well, I'm not watching any TV shows either, but like who cares about my opinion if I'm not gonna play it? And if I've never played it, like, why does my opinion matter on that? I'll tell you what it does. Like, as a game.
Oh, okay, I understand. He's calling out the people that are like, yeah, you know, that do this as their content.
Developer who's been in charge of teams, who has the ability to like do something about it. I just fucking ignore you. That's all you've accomplished, is like, I guess I'm not like gonna listen to you anymore because you're so off the deep end that it's not even worth listening to you at that point. So I don't know.
That's freedom of speech, though? Well, he's not saying it's illegal. He's just saying he's not gonna listen to them. People didn't just say wrestle with Jeff, prepare for death for no reason, you know? So I know he worked on Overwatch. What else did he work on? What's up? This is Jeff from the Overwatch team. I actually watched an interview, well, not an interview, but like a clip of an interview with him recently. With that one podcaster. Oh yeah, he worked on World of Warcraft. I don't know if it's a bit, but he does seem really passionate about what he does. But I don't know if it's like because he's a public figure, he's really good at talking about this stuff. Yeah, people do the same thing with movies and show and decide to hate it before watching it. That's true. I mean, I think he's talking about all the people that are saying they have an option to add nouns in the character selection. This game sucks. But they gotta get that back. I watched this. Lex Friedman. Yeah. And I don't know if I don't know if this is PR or whatever. I don't really know Jeff's history. But from that clip, it was actually really sad. In that clip, he explains how Overwatch 2 was like a big mistake and he was always against it. And he really thought Overwatch 1 would be really, really good. Like, he believed in it. But he got so much pressure from Suits to pump out Overwatch 2. And they took out all of the resources from the Overwatch live game and divested them to Overwatch 2. And there's a moment where he even explains how they told him, if your game doesn't make X amount of money by X date, we are laying off 1,000 people and it's all going to be your fault. And he describes it as one of the most, like, that was the most fuck you moment of his entire career. full podcast is 5 hour, or you guys sound like you watched it. But apparently there was also like a lot of pressure from Tencent, and he explains how when they made World of Warcraft, they didn't even have a CTO in the company. Like, it was built by a very small team, and just a really good accountant. You don't really need a CTO. But then, like, it was all like a passion projects. The bigger the company got, the more it was all about like profits. Kind of sad. Actually, kind of sad. He also explains how Overwatch League was also kind of a failure. They were banking so much on it because esport was big back then. I do like Lex Friedman, his stuff. He seems like a clever guy. Oh no, this is my page. Oh yeah, this was funny. I don't know who this guy is, but he made Piers Morgan
Little
walk
insult. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
A 2-year-old. A 2-year-old. Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away,
All right,
who's this? Applications are open.
All right, let's just
That's your ting, bro. That's your girl.
Let's end this, please.
Cooked.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
Why would you do that? Just turn off his camera. Why do you have to walk off your own show? Oh, he posted Pierre Morgan's wife. Caption, applications now open. And in the photo, she's lying next to a sign that reads wanted pool boy. Oh. Looking through her post, she mentions herself and Chris Hemsworth and other posts. She's kind of condescending towards him. She seems pretty resentful for being with him. She had a boy toy? Scandalous. He was up. Yeah, he quit Blizzard. Jeff Kaplan, yeah. Then. Dude, Clavicular is getting like so much interviews and stuff and going on so many podcasts. You know what I really like? I like that clip of Mirion with the girl.
So when you wake up every single morning and you take a look in the mirror, you're 100% satisfied with every single thing. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, dude. All right. Well, I guess that's just, if you want to be completely disingenuous, that's fine with me. I guess there's just no point to continue.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
He's so serious about looks maxing. He's like offended that this guy is okay with the way he looks.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, bro.
No worries. Yeah, no, everything's fine. We're all good. Yeah.
He's so salty. He's so salty. Alinity finally completes the mission?
Okay, I think I did it.
Oh, nice, Jinxie. Oh my god, wait, hold on one second. Oh my god.
It's ready.
This is the best game ever. Why have I not played this in 10 years? Why have I not played this game? This is the best game I've ever played.
Nice,
Jinxie. Oh my god, wait, hold on one second. Oh my god.
She just said nice Jinxie and he freaks out. That was kind of a wholesome reaction.
It's like a 2-year-old.
Why did Tectone get banned? It doesn't say why. Due to community guideline strikes, 1 week no content because of excessive swearing. Is it? Whoa! Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I would fucking cry. I would fucking cry. That's in China? That was a fucking long fall. Oh, did they pull you back or lower you down after? They cut the rope and then pulled the parachute they gave you. That was crazy hot. I would literally burst out crying after. Uh-oh. I have a feeling this is... I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Can I be the high school?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about this. Announcement of measure taken to combat infringement of rights against Cover Corp. Yeah, they got that anti. Thank you for your continued support. Cover Corp hereby announces that an individual, referred to as the perpetrator, who committed acts of rights infringement, including defamation and slander against Cover Corp and its affiliate Talents, has been identified and settlements reached. The perpetrator posted unfounded information about our talents on social media, which unjustly damaged their social reputation and infringement upon their personal dignity. In response, Cover Corp determined that these posts constituted an infringement of the affiliated talent's reputation and dignity and filed a request for the disclosure of sender of information accordingly. They sent a request to some, I don't know, internet providers or internet or service or platform to get his info. The cops can also do that. The court subsequently recognized that the case put forward constituted an infringement of rights which resulted in the identification of the individuals involved. After they were identified, Cover Corp engaged in negotiations with the perpetrator, and at the end of last year, settlement agreement was finally reached under which The respondent agreed to issue an apology, delete their social media account, pay damages, and refrain from engaging in defamatory conduct in the future and pay a contractual penalty in the event of any subsequent violation. At present, both within Japan and internationally, Cover Corps is planning further action in response to the dissemination of unfounded info and posts that unjustly damage the character of our talents on platforms such as YouTube, X, and other social media service, anonymous message board, and content aggregation website. Over the next month, the company plans to proceed with approximately 30 cases, including petitions for the disclosure of sender information, civil litigation, and criminal proceeding. And they plan to publicly disclose this update in April 2026, so next month. One court ruling means they have precedent for all 30 cases. Yeah, I mean, people think they can just say whatever they want on the internet, but that's not true. That's not true at all. There's laws. There's a lot of laws, and there's a lot more they think that they're covered by the anonymity, like even on forum boards and all of that, but it's actually really, like, it's easier than people think to get these information of who's sitting behind a computer. You know, law enforcement officers have access to that. Cops department have cybersecurity departments now. Lawyers, all of that. There are repercussions to the stuff you say online. Some of these cases they're pursuing in the United States too. It's not just Japan. Even without that, setting a precedent means that it can be referenced and reduce any stigma of being the first to do something. Japan is very big on sticking. Well, I know that there were. I don't know if this is about the Maria channel, but I know one of the lawsuits was like they brought it to California. They're taking action against 30 individuals and orgs, both in Japan and overseas. Holy shit, imagine forming an org just to shit on Miko and Holo. Imagine wasting all of that time and energy towards hating just to get sued into the ground. Literally pointless. True. You could spend your time doing so much more. I'm generally curious to know what they plan to do with the international names they found. While I won't begrudge going after those that did actual harm, I also know that North America and several EU countries would likely brush this off, especially in the case of Canada and the US. They don't really subscribe to the same standards for defamation that Japan does. Actually, that's not true. In Canada, we have cyberbullying laws, and they're pretty strict on that. Hi, Milanoir. Hi, Mila. How you doing? I think it depends that they can make it into incitement or harassment claims, but it may also be mostly symbolic to show everyone that will try to protect their talents no matter what. And good on cover to protect their assets. In a way, this is mental health intervention. Yeah. Hate and anger are both addicting, and both can be quite lucrative when peddled to the right people. I'm not surprised such organization exists, but damn, man. I mean, are they... We don't know how many of these are actually like YouTube channels that are making money or just like congregations of people just doing this because they're mentally ill. For example, there's a couple of V anti-coordination groups in Japan that actually have meetings, take votes, and agree on what narrative to pursue. One of those groups had an internal purge after a key member was exposed as a Niji sister, trying to steer the group more into a holo and away from Niji. Cover mentioned previously that one rank had at least 11% of interest. Oh, that's the Maria case. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, enjoy ruining your life. True. And every single message you send, even the ones like on forum boards and stuff, where it's quote unquote anonymous, leaves a digital footprint that they can use against you. But yeah, also Cover Cover Corp is in a group with other like very big VTuber agencies in Japan, and like they share information and resources to pursue these cases. Fucked around and find out, true? I don't know if the comedian that attacked Miko and Koyori were part of this. We are Myron. Alright, I'm getting botted. Cool. Well, you want to identify as a loser? Be my guest. I don't fucking care. Myron did nothing wrong. I'm gonna cue the word smallest violent, bro. Hey, all I did was show his tweet word for word. That's all. He posted it on public. The internet decided to do the rest. Screenshotted and documented, by the way. I'm sure you're helping his case right now. Oh yeah. Kitchen Cell. I love Kitchen Cell. It's my new favorite subreddit. Are men okay? Yeah, you can't just talk about public posts that are in public. Those are meant to be seen by other people. Oh, yeah. My bad. They are meant to be seen by other people. Yikes. That's embarrassing. What can I say? We are Myron. We are Myron. Oh, you're gonna get banned too. Bye. Later, bitch. Who's Myron? He's the guy that... He's the fan that crashed out on Nerissa. That I clowned on in my Twitter post. And then everybody made fun of him. It is what it is. And now you came into my chat, you spammed this, I screenshotted you, I'm gonna make another tweet. And I'm gonna farm you again. And now people are gonna make fun of him again. So are you happy now? I don't think you're helping him. I am back again with sardines and noodle. Guys, go post on Kitchen Cell. Tried finding male G-spot only to discover a mass and be diagnosed with rectal cancer. Alpon rice. Oh, that's sad though. This food doesn't look that bad. Went to the dentist and got a boner when I smelled the latex gloves. 7 eggs, tomato, and meatball. This looks good, actually. really know how to dress up my sardines. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not very good with it. Trying to make peace with the facts I'll die alone. McD chicken, cheese, goy slob. Share box I didn't share with anyone, obviously. I wouldn't share my share box with anybody, too. Typed W in my mom's laptop, and the first search was, what happens if both parents don't want the kid in the divorce? So I'm eating her whole lamb roast and rage jerking to her romance book. That one's gotta be fake. I don't believe that's real. LARPs versus Chuds. Kids in cells sometimes in one image. Yeah, I think they also think it's fake. No way. No, that's gotta be fake. Wait, that piece is fire! My friend left me alone in her house and her family walked in on me masturbating on their couch. Oh my god, why would you do it on their couch? We're not friends anymore. I want to die. Order the pizza though. Comfort food. Ruined high school femoids day by just existing. 26. What does that mean, chat? 26 KHHV, 0 friends. Caesar salad and cottage cheese with strawberry jam. This is like the healthiest kitchen cell meal I've ever seen. No, that's his mom's book. Apparently. Invited a girl over to smoke. She laced me with salvia, watched me trip and cry for 20 minutes, then left. Homemade French taco. Deleted my fat hand. Oh my god. What is this? Are these clams? I wonder what it's like to sleep next to someone. This has been a fantasy of mine since I was 5 years old. Well, the Rima Dakimakura is available on market.com. Like, if you're cold, you can just cuddle up to them. If you're having trouble sleeping, you can listen to their heartbeat. Going clam curry. I mean, that looks kind of good. Tried to take a cold shower and fainted. My flatmate had to drag me out and they saw my small cold dick. Protein farting brownie. Are men okay, chat? The world is run by satanic pedophiles who eat babies and I can't even cop a Foyd to lock me in her basement. Raw ribeye with raw milk. This guy's on a raw diet. Wait, the ribeye looks so good though. I'm so hungry. I mean, I'd assume it's all fake. No, I think some of them are actually real. Like, Clavicular was all over these forums. Wasn't he? Like, some of them are fake, but I think some of them are generally sad and they just... I don't know. They're like, they love Reddit. I'm a mental self failed normie who loves noodles and sardines. See, like, a lot of these foods wouldn't be that... I'm talking about looks maxing. Yeah, but I mean... Yeah, but the stuff they posted there was also wild, and they still did it. See, a lot of these posts could do with better lighting and better, like, setup. Like, that pizza could look fire, but because of the lighting, it just looks like ass. Same with this. What is KHHV? "28 KHHV and balding females have never looked at me with anything but disgust in their eyes. Avocado toast and coffee with only Foyd who can't hurt me." Why is he eating on the floor? Also, why is it chunk of avocados and they're not being spread on the toast? Oh, it stands for kissless, hugless, handholdless virgin. Left the club early, don't deserve happiness. Are these cheese sticks? Poor dude. Big sweaty femoid coworker put shoes in locker next to mine but forgot lock. Not even an hour into work before I went back and took the fattest whiff. The stench was so vile yet elegant. I immediately had to relieve myself in the toilet. Frick, I'm such a chud. 6 cheese, bacon, burger, beans, and a beer. See, like that guy, that seems fake. The food seems good though. True Britcell. You may have no hope as a doomed dead cell, but it'll never be as over as it is for a Britcell. You would have to torture this out of me. Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck has beans as a hamburger side? This person's asking the right questions. Who the fuck needs a side when you're eating 6 cheeseburger? Who the fuck eats 6 cheeseburger? This you, bro? Well, they're kind of small burgers, though. They don't have much in them. He's lying. There's 2 beers there. The girl is over because she caught him and it turned her on. The beans are for her and she's gonna fart on him while he smells her shoes and he uses her sweat to slick his hair back because he's a real piece of shit. Even after losing weight and fixing my diet, I discovered I'm still fundamentally a repulsive monster with no hope of ever understanding affection because I never received any as a child. That's so sad. Would apologize to my parents, but I hardly even know them. Aw, tasty pork chops. I like how they just segue into describing their food. Saw a police drone outside my open window, maybe 30 feet up, while I was jacking off in the middle of the night, and I kind of just made eye contact and kept going. Bagel. What? That's more... Okay. They look like buns. Why? I'm triggered by the bagels. Why do they not have a hole in the bagel? Also, that's bagel, scrambled eggs, and sausages. Yes, King, assert your dominance. That's some dominant kitchen chat. Whoa, this is some fancy food. Got my new clothes delivered to me today and I was happy for 10 minutes, then got called a slur by some stranger. Creamy pepper soup with fried beef. Yeah, go to kitchen cell. Sorry, go to chat kitchen, whatever that subreddit is. Oh, you think they covered the whole of the bagel with the paste? That might be. What the fuck? I have a master's degree and I earn minimum wage. Chicken burger of absolute despair. Pain, Pecco. This person's an edgelord. I like that there's no bun on this. I'm 17-year-old and my whole life is already over. Living in a shithole third world country surrounded by idiots that failed elementary school and dropouts. I'm a brownoid that doesn't deserve love. I sometimes think about killing myself, but then I remember I would make someone happy, so I don't act on it. Bro, you're 17. Your life is far from over. The fuck? I almost threw up when I read that dad brought you ice cream instead of beating you. So many posers these days, shaking my head. He's bipolar. Mine too, bro. My dad's bisexual, and mine's a bitch. 17. Not a true cell. You haven't gotten cucked in college yet. What happens if I can't even enter there? Can't even enter a college? Like you can't afford it or afford? Hello, fellow American. A lot of countries have free college, but with very difficult exams to enter. That's the case. I can enter a low-level one, but I will only falsely my unemployment for years. I failed to win good one in yearly exam twice. D6 my dog because I couldn't stand feeling like a stupid cuck at the dog park. What? Triple bean mince? What is this? Oh, that's mince meat with 3 types of beans? That looks awful. Another day, another manslop. At such moment, I realized why a woman would not step into my room in a foreseeable future. Tagliatelle with cooking cream, pesto, sauerkraut. Sides are canned bratwurst and egg? I have no idea what this food is. The tagliatelle are pasta, but I don't know what the canned stuff. The fuck? Looked at a girl in the gym for 1 second. 5 minutes later, an employee came up to me and I told me I was making other patrons uncomfortable. No! I like this. That's how he looked at her. Hit her with a time dilation stare. He was definitely German, right? That's not my cooking history, you assholes. I mean, my eggs aren't that well seasoned. This actually looks good. I'd eat that. I'd actually eat that. I have a brain tumor and my memory and cognitive abilities are seeming to get worse, and it's probably not as benign as originally thought. Pizza rolls in the tub. He's eating that in the tub? That is worse than me drinking tea in the bathroom. Your chicken isn't that well seasoned, true. Had the cops called on me because I was playing with nunchucks, illegal where I live, in my backyard, then the cute cop laughed at me when I started crying. Sloppy Joe and pineapple. Nah, he found that from Google. What is this? Guess I got too rough for my fleshlight since my cock started dripping blood. The nurse laughed at me. You're supposed to describe the food, asshole. True cell, congratulations. Took a picture of my asshole and jerked off to it, imagining it was my hot coworker. I will die gay and alone. Lentil soup with sausage that looks like a turd because I don't deserve any better. What the hell is that? Now that's a meal. I got my daily corpse slop from Tesco. And I saw a nice girl. I smiled at her and grabbed a Red Bull and broke the light inside. She looked awkward, so I got my quavers and dropped them. I looked like a fat twat, processed scrap meat sandwich and crisp. This person is British. The meal screams British. Ew. Yo, what is this? I've always been a loser with no friends. Wanted to KMS since 9 years old. Today, I finally decided to rope Max, but broke down right after putting my head in. Left the rope hanging in the forest rice porridge with jam. That one's fake. I don't believe that one. Let's see what the others are saying. I'm glad you didn't rope, twin. I wanted to say how you're lying just to be nice, but thanks. Okay, they're actually being nice to him. That looks awful. What is this? Rice porridge with jam? Why would you put jam on it? Nani? Okay, I'm kind of tired of reading stuff now. Wait. Man, I don't... Whatever. High guard. Let's watch the high guard video that Mujin did. It's called Flavor Rima? Oh, I wouldn't know about it. That was literally shit soup. I feel like the sandwich guy is also German. Yeah, I think that's what there was. You think? They were saying he was British. Or was it the lentil soup? Thank you, Simons. I'm glad you liked the small Rima.
$1 million. That's how much it costs to have a game trailer be featured to the millions of people watching the yearly Game Awards ceremony. However, during the final game reveal of 2025's award show, usually the moment everyone is waiting for, we'd see the showrunner preparing us to witness a new revolutionary multiplayer game made by an independent, self-published studio. And you know what? He wasn't exaggerating. In fact, the game was so revolutionary that it managed to get bombarded by negative reviews from the moment it launched, proceeded to lose over 90% of its player base within less than a week after launch, fired 80% of its staff in barely 2 weeks after launch, and shut down the entire studio as well as the game itself in less than 45 days.
Did he say 89% of his staff?
After launch. The story of Highguard is one of utter mismanagement, blatant lies about its independent status, and uncontrollable hubris that spanned over half a decade of development. I mean, it was such a disaster that it most likely burned through tens of millions of dollars of funding, with some even theorizing that the total amount could have been over 200 million. So how did these developers that worked on nothing but industry-defining blockbusters over the years fail so miserably?
Yeah.
And why did one of the most influential figures in gaming decide to stake his entire reputation all for the sake of peddling Highguard harder than any other game in his career? Well, as you might expect, the story is very messy and has a lot of details. So, without further ado, let's do this. Alright, so to really understand the disaster of Highguard, we actually have to go all the way back to 1995 when the Electronic Entertainment Expo, otherwise known as E3, would launch. Back then, video games were nowhere near close to how big they are today, and this expo was mostly used to showcase to publishers and, well, business people certain aspects of the video game industry. Throughout the years that followed, though, gaming would start to become more and more profitable and mainstream. E3 would benefit from this directly, and it would become the biggest video game related event every single year in parallel to its European counterpart, which was Gamescom. It would consistently be held in the summer of every year, more specifically in the month of June. One of the biggest highlights of E3 was during the peak of the console wars when you had PlayStation and Xbox rent out spaces a few feet away from each other as they were presenting the next generation consoles that would define gaming for the next few years. This is what E3 truly was all about. However, as you might know by now, all good things come to an end, and E3 unfortunately was no exception. For many people, the end of E3 was due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but in other ways, one could say that it began prior. From the day this expo was created, the only people who had access to E3 were industry insiders or press. Regular people had no access, but E3 2019 changed that. This allowed 15,000 regular people, non-industry insiders, to buy tickets that were priced at over $100 so that they could, for the first time, join in on the fun. This showed that E3 was looking for more ways to make money. It simply wasn't sustainable to run this based purely on industry insiders. In 2020, the public passes were going to go from 15,000 to 25,000, showing a real need of more ways to make money. However, due to the pandemic, everything came to a halt. Unlike other conventions or events that brought their content online or remote, E3 decided to pretty much kill everything. 2020 was the only year since 1995 that had nothing to do with the Electronic Entertainment Expo. Now look, it's no secret, there are certain developers like Nintendo who've been holding their own presentations every single year since 2014. E3 shutting down in 2020 only made it more clear. Nintendo Direct is not only here to stay, it should be the primary source of Nintendo news. Xbox, who would usually reserve their biggest announcements for E3, would take a page out of Nintendo's playbook, inaugurating the Xbox Games Showcase, which has been, since that year, their main way to showcase their biggest announcements. PlayStation would do the exact same thing with the State of Play. In 2021, E3 was still not held physically, but this time they held it remotely with anyone able to join. They were hoping to return to an in-person event by 2022, but those plans were also completely scrapped and there wasn't even a digital event. It was just like 2020. They were finally meant to bring back E3 physically in 2023, but due to the lack of interest by publishers who had already spent so much making their own shows, they just decided to flat out cancel it. This wasn't just the console makers making their own shows, you had developers making their own shows too, like EA Play, the Ubisoft conference, the Square Enix conference. E3 was essentially made redundant, and the pandemic only accelerated that. I truly think that this was where the world was headed anyway. Problem is though, now you had multiple different conferences to look forward to for different publishers and games, and that in turn left a huge vacuum for any mid-sized or indie-sized studio. Where were they meant to talk about their games? Well, that's where Jeff Keighley comes in. Look, Jeff, when it comes to the video game industry, has been a veteran for a very long time. If you followed any gaming news or events, you must have definitely seen his face at least once, whether it be E3, Gamescom, or any high-profile gaming-related event. His story goes back decades, even though the guy for some reason never ages. He was truly able to put his name on the map when he was the only journalist who was present with Valve as they were launching Half-Life 2. Taking you behind the scenes in a studio, Valve, which is known to be quite secretive to the public. He was also involved in his fair share of controversies like the whole Dorito-gate saga, when he presented the Halo partnership with Mountain Dew and Doritos, which led to this famous picture. Fundamentally though...
Wait, you guys mentioned that in chat. What was that about? This guy doesn't look like he ages, he's a vampire. Dorito man.
To Jeff, his goal has always been to give gaming what it deserves, and that's to put it on par with other creative avenues, like movies. Both his parents were executives at IMAX. This meant that he constantly attended things like the Oscars. From an early age, he wondered why video games didn't have an equivalent to the Oscars, even though they were a medium that deserved it. In 2014, he would do something ridiculous, insane even, which is creating a new award show for video games with money out of his own pocket. He refused to fundraise it because he said it would be too awkward. He wanted to put his money where his mouth was. The reason why he was insane was because throughout the years, there were many other attempts to do this. These gaming awards, none of them would really stick. But over the years, he did exactly that. It actually stuck and has now become an integral part of video games. However, as E3 shut down, he also saw another opportunity, filling the void that it left. This is when he would launch the Summer Game Fest. It took place in the same month that E3 took place in. It wasn't rocket science. It aimed to fill the exact void left over by E3's cancellation. This meant that Jeff and his production team would not only head the prestigious Game Awards in December, but would also have another event called the Summer Game Fest in the summer. Both of these events would have game reveals, and both of them would be watched by hundreds of thousands of people expecting to see games that will revolutionize the space. When it came to the Game Awards in particular, over the years, it had gotten so successful with such a high, consistent viewership that by 2025, it was reported that if you want to showcase a 3-minute trailer during the awards, it would cost you over $1 million, almost doubling the prices from 2024. And of course,
that's like... Dude, that's like the equivalent of Super Bowl ads, except those are probably even pricier.
It goes without saying, the most valuable slot in the entire award show is the final game that's shown. In show business, you always save the best for last. You want people to keep watching. And so, this is why it was so shocking to the world that for the Game Awards 2025, with such high prices, the game deemed most valuable in the entire show, the one shown at the end, would be something they had never heard of before, Highguard. And this is how it would be presented. Take a look for yourself.
You know, sometimes our last reveal at the Game Awards is a teaser for something years and years away. But not tonight. Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game. They've done it in complete secrecy, which is even more amazing because the game is very deep into development. The power of independent, self-published studios to push this medium forward is a growing and I think positive theme in our industry. And so tonight, you're not only going to get the announcement of the game, but also your first look at the gameplay. I've played it, and after you see this trailer, I think you're going to want to as well. Welcome to Highguard.
Yeah, 1,200 likes on the video, 17,000 dislikes. Now, I'm not going to show you the gameplay just yet. You need even more context to understand just how ridiculous everything he said truly was. Prior to this Game Awards show, Jeff would tweet coordinates, okay, on Twitter, just randomly, that would lead you to this weird statue in the middle of the Mojave Desert. It was an enigma. For weeks, people had no idea what it was. This was the main mystery of the Game Awards, and that game ended up being none other than Divinity, made by Larian Studios, the same people who made Baldur's Gate 3. To many, this was the biggest game of the Game Awards. This was meant to be the final game to be shown, right? The biggest event of that day. Instead, what people got was a game they never heard of before, that looked fairly generic, that didn't really seem to make it clear what it was about. Jeff had hyped this up like a revolutionary title, but it looked like any other game you could find on Steam right now.
Pretty crazy, that's right. Highguard launches in just 7 weeks on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. It is insanely fun to see, fun to play, as you saw in that trailer. And now it's time for our final award. Last year, Astrobot.
So there it was, the biggest game of this prestigious award show, coming out in 7 weeks and seemingly out of nowhere. So as you would expect, people put on their investigative fedoras to determine where this independent
You got paid for it or what? How do you remember? I'm sorry I missed this. Hey, no worries. When he said from creators of Titanfall was when my heart stopped, only to fall like a stone in a pond a second later. Oh my god. You should watch both trailers so you can compare the difference between Divinity and Highguard.
publishing developer, as Jeff described it, came from. And that investigation would only lead to more confusion and suspicion. You see, the studio behind Highguard, Wildlight Entertainment, made their first announcement to the public that they exist back in the beginning of 2023. Here we can see the design and creative director of Wildlight making a tweet saying, "What have I been up to over the last year anyway? Working hard on a game with amazing people who I trust very much. Today we announced Wildlight Entertainment, our new studio. I've never been happier, prouder, and hyped for the game we're working on." As we can see in his Twitter bio, he had worked on Apex Legends, Titanfall 1 and 2, Modern Warfare 2, and Call of Duty World at War, to name a few. So these are very well-regarded games in the industry. This is when the studio would also create its Twitter account saying, "Hello world. We're very excited today to announce our new game studio, Wildlight Entertainment. We've got big dreams of creating an epic shooter IP." And here we can see a Zoom call of 22 different staff members that were working at that studio as early as 2023. It wouldn't even take a day for game publications to start reporting on this. Former Apex Legends Titanfall developers create new studio, Wildlight Entertainment. The studio head would be Chad, someone who was at Respawn Entertainment for around 11 years. He was also the ex-game director for Apex Legends, a game that had, well, made a lot of money. So no wonder many publications were talking about it. You have a bunch of ex-Infinity Ward and ex-Respawn Entertainment developers that made their studios a lot of money, now forming their own. And so far, other than this very limited array of information we have from 2023, the only other thing we knew was from Jeff Keighley himself, calling it a self-published independent studio. Even though their own company LinkedIn page as early as 2023 would say Wildlight Entertainment is a new, fully funded entertainment studio, never really specifying where they got their money from. In fact, what I find interesting is that the website linked on their LinkedIn is wildlightentertainment.com. And when you go there, it says, "We're under construction. Please check back for an update soon." It's not even wildlight.gg, which actually works. But this little piece of mismanagement aside, Wildlight was about to face a world of hurt that they could have never predicted after their reveal at the Game Awards. You see, back in 2024, Sony launched Concord, a multiplayer shooter that was meant to be live service that cost over $400 million, and that was such a disastrous flop. It shut down in under 2 weeks.
Like, I'm not even that knowledgeable about video games, but I know how much this was a disaster.
I mean, it resulted in a studio that Sony had bought to shut down immediately afterwards. This made many people ask the question, who asked for this game to begin with? Ever since then, whenever someone comes out with a newly announced live service multiplayer game, they're placed under 1,000 times more scrutiny due to this. And while I'm sure the Highguard developers, after working in secrecy for so long, were so excited about the Game Awards reveal, what they could have probably never expected is that people were making direct comparisons of their game to Concord, the worst thing you can ever hope to happen in this day and age. Based on this uninspired generic gameplay they showed during the Game Awards, even with Jeff's insane hype towards it, it seemed like it was going to be nothing more than a Concord 2.0, any developer's worst nightmare. But you know what didn't help at all? Highguard's social media page would tweet almost immediately after the trailer would come out during the Game Awards, saying, "What a night! We'd like to extend a big thank you to Jeff Keighley and the Game Awards. We have so much in store for you when the game launches on January 26th, and can't wait to welcome everyone into the world of Highguard. We'll see you next year, Wardens." Okay, this is a post you would expect them to make after the big reveal, sure.
Yeah.
You know what else you would expect though? Them continuing to tweet up until release day. Except they didn't. They literally disappeared. To the point where many gaming publications, including Forbes, would start making articles about how they went MIA right after the Game Awards. No new videos on their YouTube page, no new tweets on their Twitter account, nothing. Radio silence, and the game was meant to come out 3 weeks from then. This article was written on January 6th. The game was going to come out in 20 days. 6 days later, Paul Tassi from Forbes would write another article
Because there's like no hype to it.
January 12th, titled The Highguard Mystery, 2 weeks to launch in complete silence. Now look, to be fair, this could have been a genius marketing move. Everyone was talking about this game, saying how they probably closed down or declared bankruptcy right before launch. However, in my opinion, you'd be naive to think that there's no such thing as bad publicity all the time. No, there are exceptions. This isn't the Wolf of Wall Street. When your game is being called by so many people Concord 2, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy unless you're there to stop it. Highguard wasn't there to stop it. In fact, a new theory is popping up now, the fact that they weren't even going to release anymore. And just as you thought that things couldn't get worse so shortly before the game was meant to launch, things got even weirder. The senior writer of Gaming and Tech at VentureBeat, Imran Khan, would come out with the news. Highguard did not pay a single penny to be featured in the most valuable spot in the Game Awards spotlight. That's right, the same Game Awards that charges $1 million for 3 minutes gave its most valuable spot during the entire show for free. On January 17th, 2026,
Why? Were they like... Was he an investor or something? The MC of the show?
9 days before the game was meant to come out, Forbes would also confirm this, citing 2 separate sources that reached out, confirming, yes, they didn't pay a single penny. Jeff just really liked the game and offered it to them. So there we were, 9 days away from release, and this bombshell dropped. Is this Concord 2.0? Did they go bankrupt before the game even releases? And why the hell did Jeff give his most popular spot in the show to this very generic looking game? The gaming community was truly baffled at something that had never really occurred before. And just as the discourse was running rampant on every piece of social media you can imagine.
But how could he like the game that much? He hadn't even played it yet.
Something completely unexpected ended up happening. And that's Highguard finally breaking their silence barely 3 days before release. On January 22nd, 2026, Jeff Keighley would tweet, "Just 4 days until the launch of Highguard on Monday on Steam and consoles." Bear in mind, up until this point, Highguard had said nothing since the Game Awards reveal.
Wait, why is he tweeting for them? Like, he looks like their social media manager. Why aren't they tweeting from their account? Oh, he did play a dev build? Looks like Gen Z Karen. True! He really believed in the game? So he did play a little.
Jeff was single-handedly carrying this game's entire marketing, and many of the comments are pretty much saying this. Paul Tassi, the same guy who wrote those Forbes articles, would literally say, have you heard anything? Like, is the developer still here? Did they not go bankrupt? And it would only be on January 23rd, 2026 that Highguard would finally make some sort of social media announcement, 3 days before their release, saying, tune in on Monday, January 26th at 10 a.m. PT for the Highguard launch showcase. Here, we'll share an in-depth look at Highguard direct from the studio, featuring a full gameplay deep dive, year one plans, and much more. As you can imagine, many of the comments were roasting them, grilling them.
Bro finally remembered the password was funny.
That this might have just been a very good marketing strategy. The Highguard account would then begin a countdown, posting every day up until release, saying 1 day remains. And you know what? Looking at some of these 420 replies, there was some excitement brewing. You know, people were very curious to see why was Jeff talking about this game so much. And God, talking about it was an understatement. The guy couldn't stop talking as if they held his family hostage. On January 23rd, he would just tweet this image randomly saying,
no
Highguard, January 26th at 10 a.m. PST, signaling when it would release. Someone in the replies would say, thanks, Jeff, to which Jeff would say, see you online. It's a special one. The next day, he'd post a badge saying, I first went hands-on last summer and had so much fun with Highguard. Now it's your turn on Monday. Curious what everyone thinks. On that same day, he would post a GIF saying, in 48 hours, I'll be accepting your apologies. So when Highguard comes out. On January 26th, when the game would come out, he'd post a screen cap of a Polygon article. The title was, Highguard isn't dead on arrival. In fact, after 4 hours, I'm convinced it's one of the best new shooters in years. This didn't really mean much though, because Polygon thought Dragon Age the Veilguard was actually good, along with Concord. 1 minute later, after that Polygon post, he would make another post with 4 different images of the game saying screenshots from Highguard, now live and free. Look, I think you get the point I'm trying to make here. This guy was tweeting and talking about this game more than their official account. And when I say this guy, I mean one of, if not the most influential voice in video gaming. For some reason, he decided to stake his entire reputation on this game being a success, being fun, being good. So much so that he gave it his most valuable spot in his show. At this point, there was 3 possibilities. He had a financial stake in this game, his family was being held hostage by Highguard devs, or he just genuinely wanted to help. Regardless of those possibilities though, he just staked his entire reputation on this game, and that meant something. Some of the biggest streamers and content creators would check out this game as soon as it would release. Yes, of course some would be sponsored, that was Highguard's social media strategy, similarly to Apex Legends, we'll get more into that later, but let's not pretend that they wouldn't have played it anyway, because God, the curiosity would kill you. Why is this guy who's so influential in the video game industry staking everything for it? It must be good, right? Well, actually it was... Dude, it was fucking mid. The trailer turned out to actually do it a lot of justice. It was generic as hell. Jeff's efforts would make it so that the game had 100,000 concurrent players on release. That's a crazy number. However, even Jeff's endless marketing wouldn't prove good enough if your game just doesn't cut it, and it didn't. The player count would fall off very quickly. Almost a day after the game would come out, Jeff would tweet, thoughts on Highguard so far. This tweet has over 7.5 million views.
Oh my god, Asmongold bro, ...
900 replies. It was safe to say that he didn't really get the response he was looking for. I'm sure he was hoping for, Jeff, you're right. Sorry, you proved me wrong. But instead, he got the absolute opposite. And of course, one of the biggest questions being asked at the time was, why did he shill this game so damn hard knowing that it's nothing special? Someone would at Jeff saying, hey Jeff, I was wondering if you financially backed Highguard during development or own some percentage of the company. Obviously you don't have to answer, just curious if you have any incentive with Wildlight Entertainment if they hit certain earning thresholds. To which he would reply with, lol, absolutely not. This meant that the 3 possibilities I listed earlier now we're down to 2. Either Highguard developers held his family hostage, or he genuinely was just trying to help. Well, as I mentioned, even his help wouldn't be enough if the game wasn't up to par. On Steam, the game would open up with overwhelmingly negative reviews, with only 17% of them being positive. The main complaints were poor performance, uninspired art direction, and just tedious gameplay. Look, if I had to explain to you the purpose of a game, like let's say Call of Duty or Apex Legends, it would take me 10 seconds. Like for example, in Apex Legends, you have multiple operators, each with different abilities. You land on a big map and your goal is to loot gear to survive, hunting down other players and being the last team to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just to explain the gameplay loop of Highguard, GameSpot made a YouTube short. This was them trying to explain it as fast and simply as possible. You want to know how long the short is? 1 minute, 48 seconds. They needed almost 2 minutes to explain to you the gameplay loop of Highguard. That already says a lot to the complexity and tediousness of this game. Look, overall, it doesn't take a genius to understand from their trailer. You had multiple wardens, characters you could play with different abilities. You and your team would also vote on a base. There was multiple types of bases that you could start with. The whole point of this game was to fortify your base and attack the other base. You had to find a sword on a map which would allow you to destroy the shield of the enemy base, and then you'd be the attacker, they'd be the defender. And in order to win, you'd have to destroy multiple things in that base of theirs, their generators, their power, etc., etc. That's it really in an utter nutshell. Now look, in theory, this might sound fun, but there were some things that just didn't really make much sense that really added to the tediousness. This map was absolutely massive, and yet it was only 3v3. That to many people didn't make much sense. These aspects of tediousness, as well as uninspired gun gameplay, coupled with the fact that everything looked generic, a McDonald's type of art direction, as you might say, like as if you bought a bunch of different assets from a marketplace, gave the impression to many people that this was some sort of a Frankenstein game. Like they just took a bunch of different things they developed over a couple of years and just shipped it together just to get something out for people to play. And even though the game was free, the game was bleeding players like it had been struck in an artery. As of now, even game journalists found this game to be lacking, uninspiring, giving it a 63 out of 100 Metacritic score, but the real pain came from the players, 2.6 out of 10 from almost 300 user ratings. Steam currently has over 30,000 reviews, and it's sitting on mixed, with only 46% of them having something positive to say.
Oh, so it went up? That's surprising. I feel like this is a 6v6 map. But also, okay, doing a balanced map is extremely difficult, and it needs to be like beta tested a lot.
The day after release, Jeff would acknowledge that things weren't going that well for him. He'd jokingly say, opening X this morning, while linking an image of Flynn Rider from Tangled surrounded by many different swords. This tweet would again gain a lot of exposure, 5 million views, 47,000 likes, 2,000 replies. And again, as you might imagine, a lot of them were not positive. Many people in the industry would take notice of this, and some would choose to speak out against it. You'd have the vice president and co-founder of Epic Games say, "It's downright horrible," referring to all the hate this new game was getting. Especially a free game from a new studio. Just so sad. This is a hobby for people they should approach with joy, not hatred. Of course, many of these 200 replies would not have positive things to say. One of the tweets on this topic that will get the most attention would be from Sven Vinke, the studio head of Larian, the creators behind Baldur's Gate 3, saying, "I don't like people shitting on things others have created. Putting something out into the world makes you vulnerable, and that alone deserves respect, even if you dislike the creation. It's easy to destroy things, it's a lot harder to build them. The best critics understand this. Even when they're being critical, they do their best not to be hurtful."
Yeah, I feel like that could really be applied to my neuro video. He's right. He's right.
Again, as you might expect, the top replies, the most liked ones at least, were not in agreement with him. In just one day, Highguard would lose half its player count. Another day would pass by, they would lose yet another 50% of their player count. It seemed like with every passing day, thousands of players were leaving. But hey, it seemed like they weren't going to let that get in the way of their plans. Shortly after the game would come out, they would tweet, "Here's a look at the Highguard Year 1 game plan. Episode 2 arrives in 2 weeks. Each episode is 2 months long. Content shown is..."
What was wrong? There was nothing really wrong. It was just a bunch of nitpicks, and this one clipper named Staz, like, basically hate watched my entire video. Like, he pulls up the video and it's already disliked. Uploaded the react same day as my video came out too, which was against my react rules. And yeah, it was just not super fun to have somebody from the community roasted like that.
Free for all players, and they would have plans up until December 2026. Every 2 months you'd have a new warden, a new character to play. Every 4 months you'd have a new map. Ranked mode was coming soon. You'd have new weapons, new raid tools, new limited time game modes. I mean, it seemed like they had things figured out. It seemed like they were here for the long run, regardless if players were leaving or not. It also seemed like they were very open for feedback and weren't afraid to try new things. On January 30th, the #1 marketer of this game, Jeff Keighley, would tweet out, Highguard has added a 5v5 raid mode to the game, playable today. Now, did that help with player retention? Yes, a few thousands would play, realize that the game just wasn't for them, like definitively, and then it would proceed to lose many more players, reaching below 10,000 on the 3rd of February, and only dwindling more since then. By February 12th, the game would be down to 3,100 players on Steam, and with every passing day, they kept losing hundreds more. Even with their one-year planning strategy and their willingness to accept feedback, it seemed like the Concord 2 prophecy was coming true no matter how hard they tried to fight it. This would be directly confirmed to us because in barely just 2 weeks after the launch of the game, the majority, not just a small chunk, the majority of the employees working at Wildlight Entertainment would get laid off.
Jesus.
On February 12th,
But I
2026.
still don't understand why they did not market the game at all. Like, they had this guy market for them, right? But without him, they'd have nothing. You ever think shitting on something is ever justified, or is that type of pragmatism worthless? I don't know. I think it depends. I think I definitely think some stuff deserves criticism. But there's some things like, for example, my video, there was only good and positive things that could come out from it. Like having your Oshi be showcased to more people. There was really, like, constructive criticism was fine, but the way some critics went about it in a constructive way, like there was this other clipper who touched on it, who actually corrected some mistakes and did it in a very respectful way. Prowl, right? Or even some other swarm members, that's perfectly fine. But then others were just hating because it made them feel powerful. And it's kind of like what I said earlier, people keep extending the definition of a bad person until they feel justified to like bully them and shit on them. It was just high school behavior. It really was just high school behavior. Like, he gets corrected like, he starts off by giving my thumbnail a bad rating. It gets corrected by chat because he believes it's AI. They show him my tweet. Then he sees that the thumbnail is not AI, and he's like, "Oh, fine, I gotta give it an 8 out of 10. Fuck!" Like, he just didn't want to give it a chance in the first place. But also, like, it was my time and my money, and it was quite a big good chunk of change that I put on this in the editing. And he just like, it just, I don't mind if people don't respect don't respect the React schedule that like they uploaded in the same day window if it's a positive one. But I'm like, oh, they were just really excited about my video, and it makes me, I like watching people react to stuff. It makes me smile. But this was like, wow, you're using my product and you're shitting on it and you're not even respecting my rule. It just felt all around bad. Yeah, misery loves company. Yeah, it was like, it was just like, it wasn't like, these are not serious people, right? Like, it was just high school behavior. And I mean, I was like, look, dude, I did my best with this video. That should be the end of it. I tried my best. I did my best with what I had and the time frame that I had. And that's it. Back to High Guard. So I guess to answer your question, it's if let's say somebody on the red pill, or like let's say that unicorn who crashed out over Nerissa, what he said does deserve criticism, and he deserves to get shit on and shamed because he put that opinion out there, right? But but somebody who writes an essay on Nerissa and why she's a talented player, a talented VTuber, why she deserves more attention, why they hope, you know, she gets success. If somebody would shit on that or criticize that, it wouldn't be received positively. It'd be just fucking lame because that person, like, would have made that tweet, for example, out of love, and you're just out there being a hater. Thank you, Litazis. But yeah, for High Guard, so there was no. Yeah, sorry, I'm ranting over this again. It. The end, but there's some people won 50-50 and got a good alloy, like some won and got Saber S level, other not so much. But yeah, unfortunate things like, well, High Guard lost more players. And yeah, this I do have it like on my heart a little bit more for the neuro video. Because I feel I expect negative criticism and fighting and arguing over like drama video, for example. I did not expect it from something like this. Yeah, bad faith invites bad faith, good faith should do the same. Hey, welcome back, Arema. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. I don't want to think about it anymore. Sorry for the rant.
So when the game was down to a mere 3,000 players on Steam and no doubt a few thousand on consoles as well, the Twitter account Shinobi602 would tweet out, High Guard developer Wildlight Entertainment has seemingly laid off most of its staff, quoting a LinkedIn post from an employee, in which they said, unfortunately, along with most of the team at Wildlight, I was laid off today. The LinkedIn post would go deeper, saying, this one really stings as there was a lot of unreleased content I was really looking forward to that I and others designed for High Guard. This person in particular was a senior level designer with 7 years of experience in the AAA game space. It has now been 3 weeks, and as far as I could tell from his profile, he's still looking for a job. Around the same time, another employee would make
but the job market's cooked. Pat the Hunt, we love you, Rima. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, the job market's cooked apparently. If you are applying one day after the application's open, you're reducing your chance by like 99%. Hey, did the headband work? Oh no, maybe the headband only works with my other model. I think I need to set it up for each model. Okay, that's something I gotta fix. Yeah, Kral was actually, he's such a cool, reasonable guy with a good head on his shoulder. Most people are. Most people are. But yeah, the job market is really, really cooked. So now apparently all the CVs are made with AI, so they're like super optimized. And like you should just straight apply at this point. Everybody's counseling you to lie because everybody is. And the consequences to lying are very tiny. And then on top of that, these jobs that are posting online, they are reading the CVs with AI. So it's like AIs reacting to AIs. And then some people are saying that there's some job interviews that are now conducted by AI. Isn't that crazy? So apparently the best way to land a job right now is to just walk in or call the headquarters and say, hey, I'm calling in to schedule my job interview. Like, just pretend you got a job interview. Yes. AI HR filters fighting AI generated CVs. Jobs have changed. Yep. That's how you got your job? No fucking way. Like, you walked in or you called them? Yep. I got an engineering degree gathering dust. Wow. But yeah, apparently you're just you gotta be in the first wave because the recruiters after one day they're so overwhelmed with job application that they only read like day one. They'll pick one on top of the pile. But the best way to get on a job is to know somebody. You don't have to be close to them, nothing. Just have them refer your name. That's it. Just get them to say, I know somebody and they can do the job. Make friends with people who can get you work. It's not just what you know, it's also who you know. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's actually how my friend, I saw him after multiple years. This is a friend I made online years ago, but he lives in my area and I haven't seen him in years, and he's like the happiest I've ever seen. He's making mad money. His friend got him to the job and they just liked his dedication. And then he just kept on learning how to do shit. Like, he didn't know how to do anything. They just taught him. They just liked how proactive he was. And then he just kept on moving up in the ladder. It's better for me to do remote freelancing, like video editing. Yeah, the gig, that's called like gig market. That one is tough because there's a lot of competition, but if you get your clientele, you can do well. I was seasonal, then they liked how I worked and I stayed. Yeah, because so many people don't work well, or they make it seem like they don't want to be there. So it's very easy to actually stand out. A gig economy, yeah. When I was charged with hiring, I have to hire people I already know will do the job right instead of gambling on goofy randos out there. And they're usually people I already know from before. Oh, there you go. You just need somebody with the right attitude. Just tell the interviewer you're ready for whatever they ask you. Having a great personality goes a far ways. Also, the other advice that somebody gave me was like, and that works for you guys that do freelance jobs. Whenever a client, you want to be the first name your client or boss thinks of when they have a project. It's like, I have this project. I wonder who can make it happen with the least hassle for the best rate ever. I gotta come up at the top of their list whenever they think of that. It's gotta be Rima. So you do whatever you need to do to be on top of that list. Maybe you're efficient and you don't call your boss whenever you have a problem. You figure it out on your own. So you're hassle free. Your rates are good, so they don't have to think, oh, is it worth the budget? Blah blah. They're decent. All of that. Like, you gotta fulfill all the criterias, whatever it is. And when you show up at work, you gotta be a good time. You gotta be a good time because they're gonna keep calling you back. Yeah, and everybody's got a degree. Okay, so the other problem is that everybody that's applying for job right now are people that got laid off from their job, so they already have experience. So if you're coming out of college with only a degree, you're fucked because you're competing against these guys who have work experience. And why would they ever pick you against somebody who's already proven that they have the experience and for the same salary too? Yeah. It's a very difficult market right now. So, you know what? Just fucking lie on your resume. Like, if you don't have any experience, just pretend you do. I'm telling you, like, you can learn most of the stuff on the job. College doesn't teach you shit when it comes to life experience. Yeah, no matter how talented someone is, people who are easy to work with will always be prioritized. One of the girls I used to work with, my assistant, she is such a joy. Like, she is just somebody that whoever it is, even it doesn't matter how annoying they are, she will talk to them. And she's always going to be in a good mood. It's like she's on antidepressant all the time. And everybody loves her. She is booked all year long. Like, I'm calling her sometime to work with her. She doesn't even have time for me anymore. And she started off with me. She's always booked. Everybody always thinks of her. They think, who can I... She's doing the thing that I told you about. They think, oh my god, who can I have for this job? They think of her. Oh yeah, she can do it. She's good and she's a good time. Lie on your resume because the employer will lie on the job description. True. Yeah, I know. Most hires look for years of experience, which is impossible to get if you're a recent graduate. You need to build connection in college about what you know and but who you know. Yeah. And also that's even more powerful if you live in Europe because it's a very I don't know, everybody knows each other in Europe. I don't know why. But for example, I feel like when I was in France, I was only like 2 people away from knowing somebody that works in a big fashion house or something like that, or that works for a big company. So you're only 2 contacts away from getting your foot in the door somewhere. But I feel like America and Canada, it's like people are more isolated and more distant, so it doesn't work as well. You should still like try to. That's why you need to give everybody a chance in life. You need to give everybody a fair shake. Don't ever just discredit people based on their, I don't know, appearance or first impression. Sure, that has gotten me burned at time in the content creation field, but I say in real life it's really helped me because you never know who that person will end up being, who they'll end up knowing, what kind of opportunities they can bring to you later on. Or maybe they can even make you meet your future, I don't know, husband or wife. Give Remus cooking a chance. That too. I am getting better. In tech, people expect you to have 5 years experience stuff released a year prior. That's insane. Family friends like 60% of success in EU. You better hope your dad owns a business. Some European towns are close-knitted, so I suppose it's not far-fetched people find connection. Yeah. I know a particle physicist in the Large Hadron Collider, but I'm still not applying. If you don't, why not? Just try. Just try. Yeah, I feel like America is much bigger and spaced out. It took forever for Rima to give other games a chance. That's a time sink, though. I will give Rima's cooking a chance when I feel like I'm done with life. I've never fallen sick, though. I've never even gotten COVID. So maybe I'm the cure to COVID. Like maybe my cooking is the cure to COVID. And you guys don't even know. You won't even give it a chance, so you'll never know. So sucks to be you, Chad. Keep it that way. Okay, okay, but you know, but let's just play the video.
Article titled Reflecting on Shipping My First Game, Highguard. This post would prove to be a disaster. The developer in question would get brigaded and bombarded with some very harsh words, turning a very bad situation even uglier. And it would mainly be due to a couple of paragraphs that I'll read out to you and, well, you can make up your own mind. He'd say that the game had unbiased internal pre-reveal feedback and it was quite positive. When it was negative, it was constructive and often actionable, indicating that there was, as far as they were concerned, nothing wrong with the game. He'd then continue, but then the trailer came out, and it was all downhill from there. Content creators love to point out the bias in folks who give positive reviews after being flown out for an event, but ignore the fact that when their negative-leaning content gets 10 times the engagement of the positive, they've got just as much incentive to lean into a disingenuous direction, whether consciously or not. The hate started immediately. In addition to dogpiling on the trailer, I personally came under fire due to my naivete on Twitter, which almost all of my now former coworkers had learned to avoid during their previous game launches, he explained. After setting my Twitter account to private to protect my sanity, many content creators made—
Yeah, that's why you should never give vouches that hard, though. Even for somebody, like, even if I'm vouching for somebody to bring into a job, I won't vouch that hard. I'll be like, here's this person, this is what they do. You talk to them and see if they're okay for the job, because if they do something bad or they fuck up, then that's on you. Thank you for the gifted. Used to run an artist meeting, got some artists hooked up with gigs from other attendees who were in the industry from just hanging out together, and there you go. That's how you're supposed to do. True, if you survive Rima's cooking, nothing can kill you. I'm gonna do a meet and greet one day where there's going to be like a buffet of my cooking, okay?
videos and posts about me and my cowardice, amassing millions of views and inadvertently sending hundreds of angry gamers into my replies. They laughed at me for being proud of the game, told me to get out the McDonald's applications, and mocked me for listing having autism in my bio, which they seemed to think was evidence the game would be woke trash. All of this was very emotionally taxing. He would then acknowledge that there's much constructive criticism about the trailer, marketing, and launch, but also isn't sure if things would have been better had the game not been announced at the Game Awards. He would then say, "We were turned into a joke from minute one, largely due to the false assumptions."
Yeah, climate change. I'm sorry you're looking for a job for so long. You might need to lie on your resume about your degree, bro. But also, it's not just that. Like, the odds are just stacked against you right now because everybody's looking for a job. The economy is bad. It's just a shit show. So even if people can give a lot of advice, it's not. It's not. It might not even yield results. It's like really sad. Yeah. I'm looking for a job too. It's really hard. I know it. My friend has been looking for a job for like 2 years as well. Sent out hundreds of applications. But from what I heard online, I haven't tested this out by myself, but if you can like put a face on your resume, like if you can show up or or talk to somebody just in person, you maybe you might have a chance. I'm also looking for a job going on 3 years. Oh my god. We need to start corporations. It's mostly online applications now. Yeah, that's AIDS though. If you're applying online, you have like you have very low chance of getting in. It's kind of cooked. I do kind of regret not getting into trade school for plumbing since they always have work. True. I have a friend that's a contractor and he's working nonstop. Is that the play? Going in construction? I got a job in a hospital I did an internship in. Half the people in labs know me by name. There you go. But getting a job in healthcare that's a lot of studying. My friend is studying in healthcare and my god, he's busy. There's always work in construction. Always work in gardening, I guess. My friend got a data entry job for minimal pay. Now his boss wants him to code everything with ChatGPT and still pay him the lowest possible. That's so depressing. I'm in high school right now. I hear now people saying they've been unemployed for 2-3 years. I'm really considering going 100% to videography because I got jobs there right now at 16. Go for it. Or try to get an internship. It sucks, but I worked in a free internship before getting my first job. I did it for like 2 years. But then they hire you after most of the time. Data center construction contractors are eating well. I seriously consider starting a pressure washing business because I can't get a job in my degree. Oh. What do you mean 6, Kirsten? And you've been looking for a job for 6 years? I'm doing alright, late is this. No, but the problem, yeah, no, actually, like, AI is ruining the job market too. Like, people were not exaggerating when they're saying, like, we're losing a lot of jobs to AI. Because the truth is, there's a lot of office jobs where, well, a lot of the tasks are just manual tasks that are pattern, like making, or just typing out stuff. And now corporations are like, well, we can just have AI do it, or we can have one guy do it with AI instead of hiring, like, I don't know, 3 of them. Yeah, busy work. Yeah, that's what it's called. Oh, it was a keyboard misclick? Okay. It is ominous as fuck. What are we supposed to do? But the thing is, like, when the camera came out and people were like, oh, this is gonna replace painting. Okay, but there was new jobs with the camera and stuff. So what are the new jobs? Like, AI should create new jobs, but is it creating enough jobs to fulfill the ones that aren't existing anymore? Eventually they'll realize that they will run out of customers who can't afford their service if nobody has a job. Yeah. You can't get an oil photo. True. I was saying that to Milky in her stream, but I'd love to get like a classic. I love classical paintings, and I want like a reproduction of one, but I don't want to print because prints are lame. I want like the oil strokes and the texture. And I'm wondering if there's places that will like recreate one by hand. Like, will they paint it for me? Like fucking Van Gogh or some shit? Yeah, the AI bubble will burst the economy will crash anyway. But the AI bubble doesn't mean that we're okay. The AI bubble bursting only means that the economy around it is crashing. That doesn't mean that we are like reverting AI. That's staying. That's staying. It's over. It's already out there. It's not going back in the box. It's a sad reality, but it is the reality. Artists still make original oil paintings? Yes, but I want specific ones. For example, like I want, is it called The Boy in Blue? Something like that. There's like specific paintings that I want. They're like classical paintings. You think it'll become popular to publicly avoid using AI? I mean, that'd be cool. I'd love that. Everywhere I call lately, it's like an AI that's talking to me on the phone. I can't fucking talk to a real person anymore. Even with emergencies and shit. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Just want to talk to a human. But hey, lawyers still get work. They charge top dollars. Welcome back to medication too. For like you get answered by AI, that sucks. Kira Lucia, hi. Yeah, I want some. Well, I don't know exactly. I haven't decided which painting I want because I feel like it's gonna cost probably a few hundreds. But I want one Renaissance painting. I like the Renaissance painting because they're very shadowy, like they're very dark. I like the Impressionist painting too. I like paintings from the Rococo era. I want a painting that the more I look at it, the more I discover something in it. Like a painting I could lose myself in. People said AI would lead to cures for cancer and stuff, but do you really think that healthcare industry will let that happen? Well, okay, the American healthcare industry is completely different than other places, so I feel like the way Americans run their healthcare is like a private company that wants to generate profit. But the way we run our healthcare is different. Yeah, I think in Canada they would let it happen. In the States, I don't know. The Boy in Blue. Wait, let me look. Painting. No, that's not the name of the painting. Oh, it's called The Blue Boy. But there's not enough going on. I think I like the paintings where there's a lot of people in it. I think I'd prefer that. But blue would fit with some stuff I have in my house. I do have a lot of blue things. My microwave is blue. You guys bought it on Throne for me. Thank you. Well, Americans doesn't have Made yet. Bro, people shit on Made so much, but it's like, you guys don't even, I don't know. I know somebody that's gonna use it. She's very old, and she has Alzheimer. And she saw her husband go through that same disease, and it was horrible, and she had to take care of him, and she just doesn't want to live like that. So she wants to use Mate, like whenever she starts, not being able to go to the bathroom herself and stuff like that, she wants to use it because she wants to die with dignity, and I get it. So, like, I spoke to some healthcare professionals, like my friends that work in healthcare as I've said earlier, one of my friends works in a hospital and all of that. And he says that you need to go through several steps to be able to, like, for them to have to administer maids to you. It's not just, yo, let's just kill you. So I don't know why sometimes there's like these big scandals that are being blown up online. I don't know how that's even happening. That they just like killed somebody on accident. Yeah, I think they don't I don't know if it's just blown up by the media or it's like a medical error or how that medical error even should happen, because a single mistake is already too much. But I feel like I don't fully buy it. I don't buy the propaganda around MAID.
About $1 million ad placement, which even prominent journalists soon began to state as fact. Within minutes, it was decided. This game was dead on arrival, and creators had free rage bait content for a month. Every one of our videos on social media got downvoted to hell. Comment sections were flooded with copy-paste meme phrases such as Concord 2 and Titanfall 3 died for this. At launch, we received over 14,000 review bombs from users with less than an hour of playtime. Many didn't even finish the required tutorial. He'd finished this by saying, if this pattern continues, all that will be left are corporations, at least in the multiplayer space. Innovation is on life support. Even if Highguard had a rocky launch, our independent, self-published, dev-led studio full of passionate people just trying to make a fun game with zero AI and zero corporate oversight deserved better than this. We deserved the bare minimum of not having our downfall be gleefully manifested. Barely a couple of days after this article would come out on Twitter, this developer would end up deleting his account. For many of his loudest haters, this article he wrote was nothing more than him playing the victim. Blaming gamers, blaming content creators, blaming pretty much anyone except maybe himself and the game developers that made this game that seemingly no one asked for. On the other hand though, one can understand his frustration. He had worked for almost 3 years on a game, finally revealed it, and within the span of a month, his whole life fell apart. I don't know what he was.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, the internet isn't fair, and the people that are laughing at your downfall, they don't care if you're feeling sad about it. It's kind of like when I made that Twitter post, you know? The schizos don't care. All you're doing is, you know, fueling the negative cycle. And although I did get a lot of support, I think you should. I still regretted it. Not because of the public reception or anything. I don't care about that. Just because in my own rules, I know you should never show weakness or vulnerability online. You are not allowed. And anyway, at this point, he's not convincing anybody because the narrative has already been built, and trying to go against people that already have this narrative about your game, changing it is an uphill battle. It's almost impossible. They won't change their mind.
Was hoping to do with this article, but you know, in the end, as we can see, his account was gone. But that was the least of his worries and the least of many other people's worries when it came to Highguard. That's because barely a day after the mass layoffs would happen, Highguard's website, when you'd go to it, would say, site unavailable. This site is currently unavailable. Please contact some email for assistance. Under that, you would see a link to their Discord server and their Twitter profile. Now, the Twitter link worked. The Discord link, on the other hand, did not. In fact, when you would click on it, it would redirect you to a completely different and unrelated Discord server by the name of Highguard Gaming Guild. This had nothing to do with the game. It was just called Highguard.
With 130 members only.
They didn't even bother posting the right server in that link. Additionally, as this was all happening, Highguard couldn't even be found as a YouTube category anymore. Usually when you upload a video of a game, you can very easily label it. Let's say League of Legends or Call of Duty. Highguard had a category, but it was removed. And during all this, someone would ask in the correct Highguard Discord server, what's up with the website being updated? And someone from the Highguard team would say, not sure on the time frame, but basically it needs to be transferred and simplified. Low priority at the moment, Reputational damage already done. Now we just need to focus on delivering updates and content to improve. Now look, I already know what you're thinking. Mugen, this is a catastrophe. This is a disaster. What the hell is happening? Oh yeah, it is. You're completely right about that. But here's the thing. It's about to get a million times worse. Remember how Jeff had introduced Highguard's developer? Here are his exact words. This is how he described them.
The power of independent, self-published studios to push the
Independent, self-published studios. Earlier than this, during this clip, he would also call them independent, indie. Hell, even the employee who had written that article before deleting his account would refer to them the same exact way.
Wait, don't tell me it wasn't an indie game. So it wasn't? I think a lot of indie games can do well, but again, I feel like, okay, I feel like the problem with that game is that, or what people are saying, I didn't play it, but from what I'm gathering from this video is that it had no direction. You can have a very simple game, but if it has like good direction and good artistic direction, that's all you need.
Independent self-published studio. We were under the impression this studio was independent, self-funded. This is what everyone was saying. However, on February 17th, 2026, the same day their website would go down, the games journalist Stefan Tortillo would drop a bombshell saying, sources, Tencent secretly funded struggling shooter Highguard. Wildlight Entertainment has said for years it was fully funded, but not shared detail. Stephen's article would go into specifics, saying that it wasn't Tencent, the Chinese entity that directly funded them, it was done through a subsidiary, Timmy, saying sources familiar with the Tencent Wildlight connection said that Tencent studio group Timmy was the group backing Wildlight. They did not specify to GameFile the reason for the secrecy about the agreement, nor did they share the scale. It's unclear if or when the funding ended and how that relates to last week's layoffs. Wildlight has been technically independent and not part of Timmy. Timmy/Tencent are massive players in gaming, and yes they are, I've mentioned them on this channel already. One can't forget that Tencent Games owns Honor of Kings, the highest grossing mobile game of all time ever in the history of humanity, sitting at $18.6 billion, making even more money than Candy Crush Saga. Let's also—
But don't they own also Blizzard? The mechanics are just all nailed together from the games, didn't work together. Yeah, and the graphics are all over the place. No? Am I thinking of another company?
not forget that they own 40% of Epic Games as well as one—
Oh, sorry, it's Activision. Wait, it's owned by Microsoft since when? Oh, they own Riot. Oh, yeah. Microsoft owns Blizzard. Tencent owns Riot. Yeah. Dude, I feel like, yeah, and every company that Tencent gets their fingers on gets like, I think it goes to shit.
100% of Riot Games, the creators of League of Legends. This of course dealt an even bigger blow to Highguard's already dwindling reputation.
I like that I said that. It was literally on the screen. Like he literally says it a second later. I did not look at the screen. I just looked at chat. My bad.
That was down in the gutter. People felt like they were lying about their whole independent self-published status. And while we don't have a specific number as to how much Tencent could have funded the studio with, some people have been floating around the idea that it was over $200 million. And saying that the studio was technically founded in 2021, announced in 2023, and had its first game launched in 2026, those many years of development could very easily span tens of millions of dollars. But look, Highguard was already in the shitter, okay? They had laid off most of their staff. I mean, come on, this was going to be dead. This was truly going to be Concord 2. The person suffering from this Tencent connection was Jeff Keighley. Now, there was a conspiracy. Maybe Jeff wasn't doing this because his family was held hostage or out of the goodness of his heart. There was again a third possibility in the mix. He was doing this for real financial incentive because Tencent and Jeff Keighley maintain a long-standing strategic partnership focused on expanding the global reach of the Game Awards and other gaming events. Since 2016, this collaboration has facilitated the show's distribution in China. And one can see that the senior vice president of Tencent, Xiaoyi Ma, is sitting on the advisory board of the Game Awards. So by February 19th,
oh my god, the plot thickens!
Jeff's posts on Twitter, in which he would talk about things unrelated to Highguard, would have questions about this. Are you secretly funded by Tencent? Were you pressured by Tencent to make these posts about Highguard? What's going on exactly? This studio is about to completely close its doors. The game was very mid. You must have been lying that you had fun, right? But still, layoffs aside, Tencent aside, flop and impending doom aside, Highguard would continue to patch and update the game, releasing multiple updates, one on February 19th, as well as one on February 26th.
Sean Hades, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Take a seat. We're watching a video on the disastrous downfall of Highguard.
Releasing new game modes, new weapon balance patches. And while that was admirable, by February 26th, the game was down to 611 players
Hi, Sean
on Steam.
Hades.
In exactly 1 month since release, the game had gone from 100,000 players to 611 players. The majority had left and no one was coming back. At this point, the writing was on the wall. It was clear as day. This studio, this game, they weren't going to last. And so on March 3rd, 2026, the official Highguard account would post an article saying, Highguard's final update arriving soon. Thank you for playing with us. In which they would say, more specifically, today we're sharing difficult news. We have made the decision to permanently shut down
Tyram21, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Highguard on March 12th. Since launch, more than 2 million players stepped into Highguard's world. You shared feedback, created content, and many believed in what we were building. For that, we are deeply grateful. They would then go on to say, the team is excited to release one final game update to enjoy in the remaining life of the game. We'll be adding a new warden, a new weapon, account level progression, and skill trees. Full patch notes are coming, and we're targeting tonight or tomorrow morning for patch release. From all of us at Wildlight, thank you for playing, for supporting us, and for being part of Highguard's story. This article would have over 8 million views, 4,100 replies. And while some were disappointed or shocked that this had happened, many were expecting it, maybe even gloating about it. From the get-go, this game was nothing more than a self-fulfilling prophecy of being Concord 2, and they had just shut down in under 2 months. But how did this even happen? How do you get the backing of Jeff Keighley? How do you get the most prestigious slot in the Game Awards show with over 1 million viewers? How do you get financial backing from one of, if not the biggest gaming company in the world? How do you get very talented developers that worked on nothing but blockbuster games and still managed to fail so miserably? Well, now we know. And it's even messier than we could have ever imagined.
Oh shit, one sec. I ordered food. I thought. I should not be spending on delivery, but like, fuck it, I need my comfort food. Also, I got nothing in the fridge, really.
Respawn Entertainment is a studio owned by EA. Their first breakout hit was Titanfall, releasing in 2014 and garnering many positive reviews. I personally loved playing it when it came out. It was really, really cool and innovative. Some years would pass by, and they would then release Titanfall 2. This game was not only well received for its multiplayer aspect, but it had something the first game didn't, a single-player campaign. And that was absolutely loved by so many. And even though people were expecting them to maybe work on Titanfall 3, they ended up doing something very unexpected. Shadow dropping a game in 2019 with zero marketing, zero announcement, just saying, hey, it's out, called Apex Legends.
And that
a battle royale
worked?
game that garnered a lot of success. The late co-founder of Respawn Entertainment would tweet out, I'm so overwhelmed right now. Play Apex broke 1 million unique players in under 8 hours. And after the first day would pass by, it would have reached 2.5 million players. This is a game that had zero marketing. To many, this is how a game should launch from now on. All games should launch like this. Like, yo, we just dropped this game, play it. No announcements months prior or years prior. This was genius, and it was free. So it's no surprise that in just a few years, by 2024, this game would have made over $3.4 billion And again, I really have to emphasize this game had no marketing. Grand Theft Auto 5 had spent $100 million on marketing alone. So of course, everyone in the gaming industry wanted to know, how did you guys do?
Yeah, but was it during COVID? And also the shooters were really popular then.
This? How did this surprise launch even come to be? When did you even start working on this game? And this is what one of the developers would say. The way we work is by finding the fun. We don't have a game director who sits down and writes up a 500-page Bible. We're like a really poorly trained dog on a walk. We just kind of sniff around, let's follow our nose wherever we go, whatever's fun, we'll go a bit deeper, rub our nose in it, roll around in that a little bit. So this had happened in mid-2017 after the post-launch support for Titanfall 2 would end. They didn't really know what to do, and they just started messing with prototypes. Some of the developers at the time were interested in making a battle royale game. They would put together some prototypes, and very quickly it became very fun. And the rest is history. And so by the time Apex Legends had made billions of dollars, some people at Respawn felt, you know what? We could do this again, but this time on our own terms, and would leave to create Wildlight Entertainment. In fact, here was their exact reasoning from a Bloomberg article. Back in January 2026, Dusty Welch, the co-founder and CEO of Wildlight Entertainment, would tell Bloomberg, yeah, we left Respawn because things were getting a bit too locked up. There was no more freedom. We couldn't just do whatever we wanted like we used to. However, in this article from the end of February 2026, we'd see another reason. One could say the main reason. It would say, in 2019, they had released Apex Legends, a battle royale shooter in which dozens of players fight across a giant map. The game proved to be a massive success, generating more than $3 billion in revenue. Yet as sales piled up, some of the creatives who'd worked on it felt unhappy that they weren't benefiting enough from the resulting windfall. According to people familiar with what happened, who asked not to be identified discussing non-public information, the Wildlight founders decided to do things differently. One of their plans was to set up a profit-sharing program so that if the studio did deliver another big success, everyone would benefit. An enticing setup that ultimately helped Welch and his co-founders attract many of their former Respawn colleagues to the new company. Armed with a significant amount of funding from Tencent Holdings Ltd.
And then it flopped that hard. Shit. Yeah, let me go get my food real quick. That's kind of sad. That makes me feel bad for the devs. They were like, yo, okay, we can recreate this success, and if it goes well, this time I'll have a share of the profit sale. So they left, they do this new studio, and then rest in peace. But I kind of want to know why it flopped that hard.
Wildlight began hiring employees and making plans for its first game. The founders knew they wanted to make another multiplayer shooter, but they hoped to avoid the crowded battle royale market. So instead, they looked to Rust, a survival game in which players can raid enemy bases and build their own. They began constructing levels and designing mechanics for what was envisioned as a survival-focused shooter. 2 years into development, the team realized that the design wasn't working, in part because the amount of freedom conflicted with their goals for highly competitive play, according to people familiar with the events. Also, the scope was too big. Still, some parts were salvageable. The base raiding aspect of the survival game in particular seemed worth keeping. In January 2024, the team pivoted to what would become Highguard, a raid shooter that streamlined many of the survival aspects into a faster, more competitive game. So this is kind of starting to make more sense, right? The idea of why the game felt like you were playing this Frankenstein creation of multiple aspects mashed up together. Look, the dog sniffing phase that Respawn Entertainment used is very important. Let's not forget that Call of Duty Zombies was made by just a few people messing around in the office. But you also need a proper scope. You can't just do whatever you want, however you want, with unlimited money. They had also failed to understand what made Rust special. Base rating was intense because of what was at stake. You couldn't rush it down to under an hour. The same feelings wouldn't be there. It would just be tedious. They had essentially made a game with no demographic. If you wanted base building, you'd play Rust. If you wanted Battle Royale, you'd play Apex Legends. One really interesting thing the Bloomberg article would also...
Man, it reminds me of a game that I really like playing, like Eternal Returns, Black Survival, which was like a Battle Royale MOBA, like top-down MOBA crafting game. It was very niche. That game, it was fun though. It was actually really fun. Never found its footing. Never. It's always been a fucking dwindling fan base. The graphics, the anime girls in there, the waifus look so good. Sucks. But yeah, it suffered from the same problems. It tried to be too many things at once. This is why. Shut up. I know there's food, but I don't have utensils, so I can't give you any, and I'm also gonna have to wait. So, and also what I appreciate about Final Fantasy is that they were just like, you know what? Yeah, the game we made, it's trash. We spent millions on it. We're sorry. We're sorry, audience. Here's one final raid, and we're redoing the game from scratch.
mentioned was when asked what they thought went wrong, several former Wildlight developers used the word hubris, a belief by the company.
Okay, whenever there's food around, I get bullied by my dog, man, non-stop. I live under the tyranny of my dog.
Company's leadership that they could emulate what had worked in the past with Apex Legends. No matter how much the gaming landscape had changed since then, after all, they'd made one of the last decade's biggest hits. This hubris stemmed from the fact they were so confident this game was good, they were going to shadow drop it again, just like Apex Legends, knowing that the game could hold up for itself. However, after Jeff Keighley had played during their playtest, he approached the development team, he approached the co-founder, who was his friend, and told them, hey, I love the game, I want to highlight it during the Game Awards, since you guys are an independent studio. The co-founder would say he came into the studio and played the game, I think, twice, and he said, guys, can I propose to you? I want to do something that's unique. I want to put it in this spot and kind of do something different and bring this to the world. Welch would say, and that wasn't our plan, but like, are we going to turn down the exposure? Who would turn that down? And then you'd have Chad Grenier chime in too, the ex-creative director of Apex Legends and the head of the studio of Wildlight, saying, so we rushed a trailer together. I wish the reception had been better, but in hindsight, we made a trailer to entertain really quickly and didn't show the gameplay loop and was different and unique. They would then take the exact same approach as Apex Legends. No real marketing until release, and then a massive social media campaign with influencers, streamers, content creators, you name it. Problem is though, during the silence and during the time in which people were calling this game Concord 2.0, the morale of the team was hit pretty badly. They couldn't say anything and they were watching people pretty much tear into something they've worked on for 3 years. Barely a month after the game had come out, the layoffs would begin. It would be held online on a Zoom call since the studio worked remotely, and they'd pretty much announce, yeah, the funding was entirely pulled from the studio. The 100-person team had over 80% of it laid off that same day. By the time Eurogamer's report on February 27, 2026 would come out, there were less than 20 people still working at the studio, doing their best to release updates before the eventual shutdown on March 12th. On March 3rd, Highguard would announce to the world that it was shutting down on March 12th, and shortly after that, you would start seeing way more posts posted on LinkedIn from previous workers at Wildlight talking about the fact that this game was shutting down and how, well, they were looking for a job. Saying things like, we swung for the fences in a saturated market and made something genuinely new that we loved to play. Even the studio head, Chad Grenier, would make a post starting it off with, Highguard didn't need to become the next Apex-sized hit to succeed. We weren't chasing that scale. What we needed was a smaller but stable and sustainable player base, and ultimately we weren't able to find it. That's interesting because I would argue a smaller but stable and sustainable player base would be around maybe 2,000 players, a few thousands, let's say. But let's remember that by the time they had reached 2,000 or so players on Steam, they conducted the mass layoffs. That's without counting the players on consoles. So this really begs the question, what was the studio even hoping to achieve? Did they really think they'd have over 10,000 players within a week if it wasn't for the Game Awards? This whole thing reeks of mismanagement and hubris.
I mean, I feel, what does hubris mean? I feel like if they had Tencent investors in this, they were definitely looking for fucking large scale stuff. They worked on big blockbuster hits. They were hoping for that scale. Yeah. Only 30 devs for Expedition 33. There you go. Oh, it's another word for ego. Oh, it's like pride? Like you're too big to fail? Oh, right, right.
Incredible. He would then go on to say how proud he is of the journey, of his team, and that he had learned a lot throughout all of it. At the same time, though, you'd also find him on Twitter saying something that was very interesting. You see, someone would quote tweet the closure announcement of Highguard, saying, "People don't praise failure, but it's the foundation of every success, nothing but love for wildlife." To which someone would reply with, "It's just baffling to me they released the game in such a skeleton state and decided now's the time to add account levels and introduce some sort of skill tree system. It's crazy to see the parallels between this game failing and seeing Marathon come back after so many tests." This is when the studio head, Chad Grenier, would say, "When you're out of time and money, you have to release a game with the runway you have available and hope players will stick with you post-launch." Now that definitely didn't give off the same tone that his LinkedIn post did. Hell, I'm even baffled why you would want to even admit this, you know? You had close to 4 years of development, and this was the best you could do? The more we learn about this game, the more we understand this was mismanagement. They were fully funded and got way too confident about that. But
yeah, I think when you got too much money, you're not being careful with it. You start just spending it on stupid stuff. Yeah, it's mismanagement at the end of the day.
Development and management issues aside, some people would spark up discussions about the art direction of this game and the missed potential. Many of the employees who worked on this game artistically would start posting much of the work on websites like ArtStation, showcasing it in their portfolio. One thing that people would find is this very interesting character concept, being absolutely baffled as to why this wasn't included in the game's release, instead including some way more boring designs. At the same time, the artist Kasaragul would make a very interesting long post about the art direction of this game and why it was baffling, how none of it really made sense, it didn't mesh well together. Some people also argued that because much of the game's art was outsourced to different studios and people outside of the studio itself, the outsourcing team as well as the art director failed to keep cohesion, which resulted in not just the gameplay itself feeling like some sort of Frankenstein creation, but also its entire art direction. The entire thing was mismanaged to hell from day one. It was a tragedy. And with that,
when we did dive into the anime industry, a lot of those artists and freelancers are hired remotely, and it's pain to make them like meet deadlines and to make them work on the same project. I love that my dog is on my laps right now, but he's not even looking at me, he's just looking at the food.
I actually want to mention a quote from Gabe Newell. This is drawn from the article by Jeff Keighley detailing the development of Half-Life 2. The team at Valve wanted Gabe Newell to greenlight Half-Life 2's development. It was actually very hard to do that because their proof of concept just wasn't good enough for him for a while. Of course, there was the argument, well, why can't Gabe just finance it? I mean, come on, you know, like what's stopping him? He has the money for it. And this is when this paragraph comes along, saying, true, but most game developers also aren't in Valve's position, where Newell has enough money to fund a game's development out of his pocket if he so pleases. So is it really fair to hold other developers to the same standards as Valve? Ask Newell this question and he grows agitated. Any developer who bitches about, oh, our publisher cut off our money, or the publisher made us ship the game early, doesn't get it, he says. That's the interesting problem you have to solve as a developer. If you don't, well, you'll be perpetually screwed. But how do you solve the problem? Newell cites the development of Counter-Strike, where a young college kid in Vancouver made a Half-Life add-on as a prime example. You bootstrap, Newell suggests. The Counter-Strike guys didn't have some sugar daddy show up and drop a huge wad of cash in their lap. You have to be creative.
Yeah,
this was
kind
said
of what I was gonna
back
say.
in 2002. And today in 2026, it could not ring more true. Concord had a sugar daddy. Their name was Sony. $400 million. Look where that got them. The game sucked. Period. You want funding? How about you make a game first, a proof of concept that's actually fun? When it comes to the world leaderboard of any percent speedruns of shutting down after release, Highguard now sits at 4th place behind the Culling 2, Concord, and Crucible at 45 days. The Twitter...
Yeah, I remember watching like a masterclass from a famous director, and he said like the number one thing is no matter what, you have to respect the budget. And he says what made me a good director is that I knew a little bit about each department to know if the money invested in each department was like it made sense. So I oversaw everything. So for example, he saw that one department was like, you know, ordering all of these costumes and like $1,000. He stopped it right there. He's like, yo, we don't need all that. Every single thing that we do, it needs to go somewhere else. Like it needs to be used. We can't just spend money like this. It's a tough reality, but you do have to be good with money. It's not even in creative jobs. You have to pay attention. Can't just bleed out stuff here and there because it adds up.
Count poorly aged things would quote tweet Jeff Keighley's GIF saying, in 48 hours I'll be accepting your apologies, saying, I'm sorry, Jeff. To which Jeff would reply with a shocked image of that same grandpa in the GIF. I mean, in the movie itself, he would
Isn't that the guy from Jurassic Park? I don't know. Am I...
say this and then he would be proven wrong. So it was very ironic. At least he was playing into the joke. But some people would be very weird about this and would photograph Jeff on Rodeo Drive in Los Angeles and say that this was him a day after Highguard announced the studio shutting down. I don't know why you got to take a picture of him IRL for this, but what do I expect from people at this point? Some would even argue that Jeff actually needs to take a level of accountability for the game shutting down. But personally, I think if you have common sense, you'd understand that he actually did them a huge favor here, assuming he genuinely did this out of the goodness of his own heart. The game would have definitely launched with maybe like 10k concurrence instead of 100,000 on PC. Additionally, 2 million people tried it, and the majority didn't leave because the internet made them, okay?
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm pissed at like games like Civilization and stuff, for example, because they launch and the base game itself isn't that good. It's only with all the DLCs added on later that it's good. And it's so fucking expensive.
Tassie makes a great point here. Marketing can only get you to try a game. It can't get you to stay on the game if it's not fun. And Highguard simply was not fun. It was weird. And at this point, it seems like every year we're seeing yet another disaster story.
I was just thinking of Sims 4. I'm glad you guys brought it up. Sims is like, that's why I never paid for any single Sims, because fuck them. It's so fucking expensive.
That is similar to Concord, a game that no one asked for, that had a big budget, that had very talented people working on it, and somehow, some way, it was worked on for years without anyone thinking, wait a second, are we really about to do this? I don't know, man. All I know is that the gaming industry is in a very rough spot right now. It's almost impossible to find a job. AI isn't even to blame for this. Executives have no idea what players actually want, and if they do, they're always late on it. And seeing that they never actually suffer the consequences directly, their employees do, they have no incentive to actually learn from their mistakes. If you want to make games, make them, but make something that people want to actually play. And don't ask for sugar daddy money. Make a playable game first, then pitch it, and then get your funding. Otherwise, you'll end up like Concord, like Highguard, and God knows whatever else is going to release soon that will face the same fate. Thank you so much for watching this video until the very end. I really hope you enjoyed it. I love you so much platonically. I missed you. Make sure to check out my Stacked page if you want to see exclusive content of me with videos, both short and long, yapping. And I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is, hopefully soon. Take care and mwah.
Hey guys, Highguard coming on Gen 26, by the way. Hey guys, Highguard shutting down on March 13th, by the way. Great fucking video. Dude, when Sims 4 came out, he couldn't even make a pool, which was feature in all the previous 3 games. I don't even play hero shooters. I'm just eating popcorn, watching. Yeah, me neither. My Overwatch days are over. Well, it's become the thing is now. I feel like they're getting lazy with it because it's become generally accepted that a game will never release fully finished. And they're kind of using their player base to test it for them. Total Warhammer needs DLCs from 3 separate games? How can that be? I feel like we keep lowering the standards and yeah, that's what happens. Okay, fine. I'm gonna watch the trailers, even though I'm hungry.
All right, now it's time to put an end to gaming's most controversial mystery.
That's funny. What is this? It's like that medieval TikToker. That's what it reminds me of. Fable 4? What the fuck is this? It's not anime, what the fuck? It's medieval though, so... Since it's medieval, I'll forgive the realistic graphics. Ew! Works. What kind of moon is that? That's like 3 moons. Jesus. She wants to see the man burning. Whoa. That must be the most horrible way to die, holy shit. Ew, ew, ew. Yeah, I don't remember the sport of burning, man. just got it there. I need to know what happens. Oh, everyone died. Okay, so what's this game about? When you pop your zit in the bathroom mirror. So what's this game about, though?
What?
It's about LARPing? I feel like I've played Divinities before, but it didn't look like that at all. Oh, it's a game about training horse girls? Cool. I'll definitely play it then.
You know, sometimes our last reveal at the Game Awards is a teaser for something years and years away. But not tonight. Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game. They've done it in complete secrecy, which is even more amazing because the game is very deep into development. The power of independent, self-published studios to push this medium forward is a growing and I think positive theme in our industry. And so tonight, you're not only going to get the announcement of the game, but also your first look at the gameplay. I've played it, and after you see this trailer, I think you're going to want to as well. Welcome.
Famous last words.
Into lands uncharted and dangers untold. I venture without fear and ride without rest.
Like, I don't get why they're on basic ass mounts though.
For coin or for cause, I fight to the end.
Okay, what the? Okay. Okay. Yeah, this trailer sucks ass, dude. I just came from a cinematic fucking movie that left me with so much emotions and questioned to death. This looks like another Marvel rival.
Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me.
Also, I'm not a fan of the Marvel rival style. Like the big bootylicious fucking characters. I know you guys like the tit girls. I'm not a fan. I liked Overwatch because it was anime style. I know I'm annoying with my anime style, but I like them because it was anime style, okay?
Moving in for the attack.
Yeah, we need more flat characters.
Shield
Wait.
breaker forming.
That's hot. Tracer was hot, for example. D.Va was hot.
Strike fast.
Like he literally looks like a metrosexual. But like the kind that does TikToks and that wears really tight pants with no socks and dress shoes. He's not even cool.
Siege tower coming in.
The enemy is off gate. I'm coming for you.
storm.
I feel like the graphics look like the kind of game that could have been released in like 2017. That pistol gameplay actually looked like
I
McCree.
am a warden, and this is my oath.
Pretty crazy, that's right. High Guard launches in just 7 weeks on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. It is insanely fun to see, fun to play, as you saw in that trailer. And now it's time for our final award. Last year, Astrobot took home Game of the Year, and so the tradition goes.
Yeah, and also like even for example like Zarya. 5 minutes ago, Mujin was streaming. I didn't know. Oh, it's on Gomi. I've seen this. The burnt peanut problem. That's an interesting case, by the way. This other peanut guy. I need to look into it more. But it seems that that dude is a mega LARPer and he likes to ride off the clout of other like successful creators. He's like he's basically he's becoming a lol cow. The sheriff guy. Yeah. But back to games. Yeah, I like, even the Zarya, which was like, the muscle woman was original. They had like the monkey Wilson and there was all the memes from that gorilla that got shot because it kidnapped the kid. And everybody was like, rest in peace, Wilson. He's also a creep, apparently. I think it's because he goes... I haven't looked really into the situation, but I've done it briefly. And it's like he started as a like religious LARPer and he would go to kids in Fortnite, preach them about like religion. It was like, you're an adult talking to kids, you're a weirdo. And when that didn't work out, he tried to rebrand to this. He saw how successful the burnt peanut was, and he decided to do this new debut. He teased it on social medias, like he had this big accident, and that he was gonna like come back, maybe deformed. Like it left you with the assumption that he was gonna come back deformed. He was saying, I hope you guys don't judge me for my new appearance. And then his debut as Peanut was all about, his lore was all about the burnt peanut. It was like the burnt peanut cursed him and he came back as a peanut. And he kind of like encouraged his fans to, like, he really wants to collab with the burnt peanut and it shows. Cringe. Just all around cringe lord. And then he had that whole thing that Pippa retweeted where he some account made fun of him, saying that like, because he posted an edit of his Peanut VTuber with like his peen, and he was like, dude, take that down, that's not cool or whatever. And then the account like posted some fake DMs of him and he's like, no, that's not me. He started too hard to try to defend himself. And when somebody memes you on the internet and you try to defend yourself from it, you become a lolcow. Like, you become hashtag affected. And then under every single post, he would try to defend himself like desperately. And there's also a shit show going on in the Discord. I didn't have time to look into it, but it was... If he becomes more of a lolcow, it could become a video. But I need to look more into it. I know there's a few videos on him, but not on the new stuff. Yeah. Just get your own just get a personality, dude, and get your own concept. Like okay. Wow. It was a 6 hour and 30 stream. I'm only stopping because I gotta fucking feed myself. Or I would keep going. I don't want to end stream because then I'm gonna be alone and I won't know what to do with myself. But I do want to eat. Okay. Alright, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Love y'all. Take care. Bye bye.